The date is June 11th, 2026. This is our regularly scheduled City Commission meeting along with our CRA meeting. And with that, I'm going to ask that Commissioner Moore, if you would please lead us in our invitation. Welcome, everyone, and please stand if you are able.
Are the mics on?
Are the mics on? They're not. Thank you.
Testing. Hear anything?
Do we turn your mics?
They're on. They're on.
Okay.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, once again, we want to thank you for arising on this morning. We thank you for this brand new day that you have created. We give you honor and praise. We ask that you look upon us this evening. Help us to do those things that will be pleasing in your sight. We ask that you bless each and every one that is present on this evening. Help us, dear Lord, to be honest and fair. Do those things, once again, that will please you. We ask you to be with us this afternoon and help, Lord. Bless our country, bless our city, and our state. Have mercy upon all of us, oh God. Give us grace and mercy. We thank you for you giving us life, health, and strength on today, and we do honor you. All these blessings we do ask in that Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk, if you would please do a roll call for us to make sure that we have it.
Vice Mayor William B.J. Yorey,
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kane DeVito,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Cynthia Burton,
Here.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Here.
Assistant City Manager and CRA Manager Bonnie Loveday.
Here.
City Attorney Don Holmes,
Here.
Putnam County Sheriff's Office Major David Ussery,
Here.
Crescent City Fire Department,
Hello. Fire Department.
okay.
Yes, okay.
Finance Director Steve Conklin,
Here.
Code Enforcement Officer Pam Taylor.
Here.
All right, and Mayor Michelle Myers.
I'm present. Thank you very much.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I'm going to go into our announcements. But before I go into our announcements, Commission, I erred and I asked that your forgiveness and you help me out with this a little bit. And his forgiveness also. Mr. Ian King came with Firewatch, and he's going to, if you will allow on the agenda, he'd like to give a few minutes of a presentation of Firewatch and what it does. He came and met with me several weeks ago, and I meant to add him to the agenda, and I did not, but he remembered. So he drove in today. So if everyone is okay, I would like to do it after our proclamations, if everyone is okay with me adjusting the agenda. So
Sure, I think it can be, reasonable amount of time.
it's just a few minutes, Commissioner DeVito. Thank you. Okay, and so with that, I'm going to go through our announcements. We've got a busy month coming up. Let's start off with Saturday. So this Saturday, Simon's House. They've been here several times before. They do an outstanding food distribution right over here in Market Square. They will be here from 12 to 2 set up. They'll have signs, but they have everyone get in their cars, and they, as you go through, they load the cars down. He and his wife have always done just a marvelous job. He has a huge team that works with him. They're out of more the St. John's, Hastings area, but they've been very concerned about what's going on here. We've had several people that have, because of the loss that we recently had of our food, one of our food distributions. And so anyway, they will be here. Please make sure if you're in need, stop in from 12 to 2. If you know someone in need, please make sure that they stop in. Okay. We've got Howe Memorial, the United Methodist Church. They're doing Flag Day and flea market and yard sale Friday and Saturday, rain or shine. That is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. They've got multiple vendors. Food is available in Fellowship Hall. They're having breakfast from 8 to 11 and lunch from 11 to 2. So make sure you stop in there. And then that evening, we've got Ernie Evans is bringing to us Atlantic City Boys. Gates open at 4 p.m. They'll be performing in Eveline Park. Bring your chairs. I know they've said that they're going to have some food vendors that will be there. It should be a great night with some great entertainment. He always does a great show. I don't know how many of you have ever gone up to Roadhavers when he does that one in Roadhavers. So anyway, they're doing that. And then we've got to Juneteenth, which is next Friday. And this is Angel Duke is helping put this on. It's the Crescent City's 14th annual Juneteenth Festival. Give peace a chance, a celebration of peace. She spoke to us at the last commission meeting about this. It's going to be from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Eveline Park. She said they'll have authentic Southern food, delicious desserts, jazz and gospel, African drummers and dancers, and featuring our own, she said, Day 3, Katie Hamilton, and Collective Entertainment. So please, if you're available next Friday, stop in for this great performance. And then at the end of the month, on the 27th, I believe it begins at 2 o'clock. At least the street party does. We have our big red, white, and blue. Crescent City is known for their fabulous fireworks, thanks to the Yacht Club and the hard work that they put in raising the funds so that everyone in the community, not just Crescent City, but around the surrounding areas can enjoy fireworks on Crescent Lake. Those will be, of course, at dusk. But in the meantime, our Crescent City Downtown Partnership is doing the street party. And it's my understanding they have a really big street party planned this year. And we're real excited about that. And it does start, Rachel, is that correct, at 2 o'clock?
5 o'clock.
Oh, it's starting at 5. Okay. So the vendors are open at 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the vendors will be open at 5. There will be food, and there will be plenty of shopping, and of course, just enjoying everyone. And I think with that, I know the Women's Club, did they have, they're having bingo and bunco, correct? It was last weekend. Okay, so they have their usual scheduled bingo, which is the 3rd Friday of the month, and bunco is the 3rd Wednesday, correct? Bingo, I know, doors open at 5. Bingo, be ready and in your seat at 5:45. They take it serious and they're ready to go. So with that, does anybody else have any other presentations or, announcements? Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to mention one thing that is a sad thing, but many people remember Mr. Ralph Smith, an older gentleman who lived in Crescent City, who was frequently seen riding on his 3-wheeler. He apparently has passed away. And I looked it up just to verify it. Johnson Overturf Funeral Home is handling the arrangements.
Tomorrow.
Right, there's a service for him, I believe. You can look it up on the Overturf website just to get it right if you want to go. I believe the service is at 10.
Yes.
That's on Cypress Avenue across from Eveline Park. And then the graveside is immediately following. They said at 11.
Thank you for bringing that, Charlie. It is at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
Over here at Overturf.
Right, and the Overturf website has, the memorial book if anyone wants to leave a comment for the family. Some people are doing that.
We will miss seeing him out and about in the community. We absolutely will, and our thoughts and prayers go out to his family. Okay, do we have anything, anybody else has anything else? Okay, with that, I'm going to open this up for public comment. So this is your opportunity. If you would, please come forward, state your name and your address if you will. Okay, you have no public comment. With that, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you. And we're going to go into our presentations. I want to start with, we've got a proclamation, 2026-04. Commissioner DeVito, I believe you asked for us to bring this forward. Is there a for this? I mean, is it National Postal Service, or did you just want to recognize Greg and the crew, or Anna?
Actually,
all of them?
yes, I've inquired for a long time. they were difficult to pin down.
Yes.
Mainly, I wanted our local office employees, there's so much going on right now with different government offices, things are changing, people are getting older. Who knows? They have done a wonderful job for us. The Postal Service itself, I believe, had its 250th last year. But this has just been on my mind a long time, and they didn't give me a firm answer about whether anyone could come here to receive it, so my thought is hopefully we can make copies and take them to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll give them the official one and they can have that. They'll have their official one. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. So it's the City of Crescent City, Florida, proclamation number 2026-04, proclamation in honor of the United States Postal Service in Crescent City, Florida. And whereas the United States Postal Service traces its origins to July 25th, 1775, when the Second Continental Congress established a postal system and appointed Benjamin Franklin as the first Postmaster General. And whereas for over 251 years, the United States Postal Service has served as a vital institution of American democracy, communication, and commerce, binding together communities in times of peace, prosperity, crisis, and war. And whereas the City of Crescent City has been fortunate for many years to have a local office of the United States Postal Service located in our city, providing services within our city and the surrounding communities. And whereas the United States Postal Service in the City of Crescent City is a vital part of our community, providing an exemplary quality of service that is outstanding among local postal offices, known for being able to navigate the most complex rules and regulations and sometimes solving problems that have originated elsewhere. And whereas the employees of the United States Postal Service in the City of Crescent City are known for their knowledge and expertise, their dedication to providing excellent customer service, their care and concern for the residents of our community, and their consistent, pleasant, and cheerful attitude in accomplishing all phases of their important work. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, Florida, along with the City Commission and the residents of Crescent City, on this 11th day of June 2026, do hereby recognize and honor the United States Postal Service in the City of Crescent City and its employees for outstanding services to our community. Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner DeVito. Thank you for bringing that forward. And I know that all of us, each and every one of us at daily, except for holidays and Sundays, come in contact with our postal workers. And here in Crescent City, they are beyond, they go above and beyond, and they do an outstanding job. And I love seeing Anna's her new truck, and she's in air conditioning now.
My dog doesn't like it though, because it's too quiet.
It's too quiet, she sneaks up on it. With that. I'm going to go to our next one, if everyone is okay with that. City of Crescent City, Florida, proclamation number 2026-03, celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And whereas on July 4, 1776, the Declaration of Independence established the United States of America as a free and independent nation, founded upon the principles of liberty, equality, self-government, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, a historic milestone commemorating 2.5 centuries of American democracy, resilience, innovation, and civic engagement. And whereas the citizens of Crescent City are proud to join communities across the nation in celebrating this historic quincentennial and honoring the sacrifices, achievements, and contributions of generations of Americans who have preserved and strengthened our republic. And whereas the City of Crescent City recognizes the importance of fostering patriotism, civic pride, and community spirit while reflecting upon our nation's history and looking forward to its future. And whereas the annual Red, White, and Boom celebration has become a cherished community tradition that brings together residents, families, visitors, businesses, and civic organizations in a spirit of unity and patriotism. And the 2026 Red, White, and Boom celebration will be held Saturday, June 27th, 2026, and is made possible through the dedication, fundraising efforts, and community support of the Crescent City Yacht Club and the Crescent City Downtown Partnership, whose commitment helps provide a memorable and meaningful celebration for all. And whereas this event serves as an opportunity for citizens of all ages to honor our nation's heritage, celebrate our freedoms, and strengthen the bonds that unite our community. Now, therefore, I, Michelle Myers, Mayor of the City of Crescent City, Florida, on behalf of the City Commission and the citizens of Crescent City, do hereby proclaim July 4th, 2026 as America's 250th birthday day in the City of Crescent City, Florida, and we encourage all residents to participate in the Red, White, and Boom celebration on June 27th, 2026 to commemorate this 250th anniversary of the United States of America, honor our nation's past, celebrate its present, and inspire future generations to uphold the enduring ideals of freedom, democracy, and opportunity. Thank you. Got a big month.
You got the word right, that's great.
And I got the word right, I know, because you know I can really slaughter some words.
I didn't attempt it, so.
So we don't vote on these. Do we
Um,
vote on these?
I think we usually do vote on these. So if I can get a motion to accept our
I'll move
proclamation.
that we accept both proclamation 2026-04 and 2026-05.
I will second.
Or no, I'm sorry, 2026-03 and
Oh, three.
Sorry, my apologies.
I will second that, 04 and 03.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, we'll do a voice vote. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so approved. Thank you very much, everyone. And at this time, I'm going to ask Ian King if you would please come forward with Firewatch and give us your presentation and your handouts. And again, thank you so much for getting me.
Thank you so much, Mayor Myers, and thank you to our distinguished commissioners that are in attendance today. My name is Ian Keene. I'm the mythical creature in the room, meaning I am retired U.S. Coast Guard. I chose that branch because I wanted to give people a second chance at life. I served for 22 years, and now I work for the Firewatch, which is a 501c3 nonprofit that covers the entire state of Florida. I am the community trainer for Putnam County, and we are very data-driven. You may find it alarming to hear that in 2024, 2 veterans took their lives in Putnam County. In 2025, that number escalated to 7, over 3 times the number. And with that, the University of Kentucky had a study that came out and said 135 people are affected by a single suicide. So you're talking about 270 people up to almost 1,000 people in the community that are affected by the loss of those lives. Firewatch is founded as a 501c3 to be like CPR, train the community in recognizing warning signs and getting people to the care they need. Our focus is the veteran community. Everything we teach, however, can be used for anyone. So being able to recognize warning signs of someone that's struggling all the way through crisis and knowing the resource to get them to help. And one thing I was telling Mayor Myers, I came down here, talked to a couple veterans. They didn't know what help was available to them. So what I proposed to Mayor Myers was making Crescent City a veteran-safe community. And that is the community coming together, different organizations, the leadership, different people, and seeing, can we get 100 people in Crescent City to take a free 45-minute training to learn military culture and learn suicide prevention. And then with that, we give them all sorts of resources and we keep engaged with them so we can track how successful it's been for them. And then they have full access to a free database or a free portal where they can take additional trainings depending on their needs. I heard elderly mentioned earlier, we have caregiver training in that portal. So I did bring in some of these flyers. I put them over here next to the major on the table. I'll leave some of my business cards, but would definitely love to work with the city of Crescent City, make you guys the first veteran safe community in Putnam County. and see if we can eradicate those high suicide numbers.
Can you give some of those to us? I mean, do you have some for us?
Absolutely.
Everybody can have a handout.
I didn't want to walk up there. I'm trying to whisper because I have one of those voices that projects more than a microphone, so.
You project very well.
Dude, that's that military training.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? And you said that you would, when we talked, that you could set up the training here locally, correct?
Yes, if any organization wants to host a training, I will come do the training, answer any questions that they have. They get a wallet card when they complete the training that gives additional resources. And I hand one out at the training as well. So everyone will have something when they walk away from the training, they can put in their purse or wallet. So they're ready to go from the moment they step out of the classroom.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Thank you, Mayor. And is your last name King, K-I-N-G, or K-E-E, or something else?
It's Keen, kind of like Peachy Keen, only spelled different.
Got it, K-E-E-N. Yeah, people confuse that with my maiden name. Okay, so is your contact information available on this barcode?
That will actually take you to our website,
Okay,
but I come prepared. That's part of the Coast Guard in me.
okay.
Always ready. I got a pocket full of business cards, so I will leave some of those over here as well.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because I'd like to follow up. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Does anybody have any other questions? I know when we met, this is something that, you hear often when someone is in distress. I didn't know the signs. I didn't know what to look for. And then unfortunately, oftentimes it's too late. And so this is, with us, him reaching out to us, I was just hoping that we could reach out to our churches, to some of our leaders at the high school also, anybody that might be interested. Do we have to have 100 people?
Well, that is my goal for Crescent City is can we get 100 people?
Okay,
Because I think I saw you guys have around 1,900 total,
okay. Yes.
give or take.
Yeah, but we've got the surrounding area, so we have a larger surrounding area too. So I
Absolutely.
think if we could, if any of us can reach out to our churches, reach out to the organizations and just talk to them about it, and then we'll just organize this. We can work on organizing it with you, because I do think it would be very beneficial in so many ways, both with our veterans and with our citizens, just.
And learning a little bit about their the military culture, so you can learn, hey, when you're talking to someone, it's kind of like going to a Gator fan and calling them Seminole. Might not turn out very well, same thing with veterans. They're very proud about this.
That's a compliment, buddy, to call a Gator Seminole.
Yeah.
Depends on who you talk to.
Just kidding.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I would like to present this to my sorority. I have several sorority sisters who are military, they are veterans.
Mhm.
And I would be okay to, I mean, they're in this county, we, Clinton County, we're out of Palaca. So it'd be okay, that would be among your 150, whatever you make it.
Absolutely.
Okay, because there's quite a few young ladies that I know of, they're veterans, they were over 25 years or more, that's in the military. So I'm gonna present it, we have a meeting tomorrow, so I'm gonna go ahead and present this to them.
Well, thank you so much.
And see if they want a partnership or whatever with you all, and you'll be hearing from me. We'll Zeta Phi Beta sorority
All right.
incorporated. Okay. Thank you.
I will leave a bunch of business cards at my aid.
Did you have?
I was just gonna ask, as far as having a place to do this, you just need a room that has chairs in it to be able to meet and you talk to us?
I prefer a screen I can plug an HDMI cord into, but if not, I have a projector in my car. So,
we could sponsor one here at City Hall.
He's ready.
Come.
He's ready to.
and I don't think I need a microphone, but I will let you be the judge of that.
Not at all. But I mean, we could schedule one and have one here at City Hall.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think I would definitely be in favor of that, so.
I just, when we met and he shared that with me, I just thought that was very important that he brings this to everyone. So like I said, you don't wanna wait till it's too late, so,
And it is good to know a little bit more about the military and talk to veterans.
yes.
It's, at least a little bit less intimidating too. I have plenty of veterans now that I know that you don't want to say the wrong things. I always get corrected about what a ship and a boat is, but I know now a ship has boats on it, so.
And ship has boats on
Yeah.
it.
And I'll correct other people now about it's a ship, not a boat, so.
Okay.
I think we should have.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you,
Thank
and
you
thank
so
you
much
for
for your
coming
work.
in here, and thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you for entertaining
Greatly
me for
appreciate the
the.
passion that you have, you know, to make a difference in others' lives. We greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And to try to, you know, here in Crescent City, we appreciate that too. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You'll be hearing from us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We had talked about, commissioners, while we're still in our presentation portion, about, and several people have reached out to me about doing, and I just want to make sure that everyone is good with this before we start advertising it. Larry Court with Winn-Dixie, we had talked about doing a presentation, for him at the July meeting. I was thinking that a lot of people are gonna wanna meet and greet him, and I don't know how you feel about this, if we were to put together some sort of a reception prior to. A lot of people, he kind of left very quickly when Dixie needed him somewhere else, and he didn't get to say a lot of the goodbyes he wanted to say, I know. So we could do a reception before the commission meeting, starting at about 4:30 maybe, and I think that would give everybody, you know, at least an hour, and then have him. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay,
I'll second that.
okay, and so we'll work on trying to get the food, getting all that taken care of, I'm
Maybe we'll
sure.
have a next that we can.
I'm sure.
Minutes.
But, you know, I think Save a Lot, they have really stepped up. Mary she's done a great job in trying to accommodate. She has said she didn't realize all the things that they didn't have, that when Dixie did have, that they're trying to bring in, but she's working hard at that. So
That's
please, everyone, just give them a chance. They're working hard, and her staff is, and, so I think they're doing a great job. And then the last thing I'm gonna do before we get into our business is, tonight is rather a sad night also, is Melanie, this is her last meeting, this is her last day. The city had the employees had a little, going away party for a surprise at lunch today, and so there were a lot of tears. And, Mel, you know, I don't wanna have to be so strong.
Yeah.
I don't want to you know how near and dear you are to each and every one of us. That you stepped in, you brought a smile into the office, you brought joy into so many people's lives. You worked really hard to lift the morale up in the office and keep it up. You guided Derek, which is more than a full-time job. And you got him through his first year. And we are forever grateful. And we know that you're going on a new journey, a new adventure. And we just all wish you all the best, and know that you are near and dear. And wherever you leave someplace, you always want to hope that you leave memories, good memories, and that you've made a difference. And so please, as you walk out the doors tonight, know that you've left good memories, and that you've made a big difference in our lives and the lives of others here in Crescent City. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wrote out an exit letter, and I figured I could read it rather than
Speak it.
Could I have a blanket placed to my person? So here we go. Good evening, mayors, commissioners, city managers, city staff, and the citizens of this community. Tonight, I conclude my service as your city manager with a full term. This role has been not just a job to me. It has been a responsibility grounded in trust, service, and a deep respect for the people and the processes that hold a community together. In a city like ours, public service is personal. You do not serve from a distance. You serve neighbors, friends, and people you see every day. That reality has made this work especially meaningful. While much of the city clerk's work takes place behind the scenes, its purpose lies at the very heart of public service, ensuring that government remains open, transparent, accountable. Accountability is big in my book. And worthy of public's trust. To our city manager and city staff, thank you. Your dedication is steady foundation upon which the city operates. I am deeply grateful for your professionalism, resilience, and commitment to serving this community. Often without recognition and often under challenges and circumstances, your work matters. It does make a difference every day. To the mayor and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to serve alongside of you. Public service requires thoughtful leadership, respect, dialogue, and a willingness to work through differences while remaining focused on the people we serve. Throughout my tenure, I have sought to keep that responsibility at the center of my work and to carry out the duties of this office in fairness, consistency, and integrity. Like any journey in public service, there's been many moments that tested patience, resolve, and perspective. Yet through those moments, my commitment never changed. I remained dedicated to professionalism, to doing what was right, and to preserving the integrity of this office and the trust placed in it. To the citizens of this community, thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving you. In a small town, your neighbors are also the people you serve, and that creates a unique bond. It has been an honor to assist the residents who care deeply about this community as much as I, and who wants to see it continue to thrive for generations to come. As I step away, I do so with both gratitude and reflection. Gratitude for the relationships that I have built, I have learned, and the opportunity to contribute in some small way to the story of the city, my city. I leave proud of what we have accomplished together, appreciative of those who have served beside me, and hopeful for the future of this community that we all call home. I would like to leave you with this thought this evening. Public service is rarely about recognition. It's about showing up consistently, acting with integrity, and serving others with purpose, even when the work is unseen. The most meaningful contributions are often the quiet ones carried out day after day in service to something greater than ourselves. As I leave this office, I do so knowing that I gave it my full commitment, my full respect, and my whole heart. I hope that this community continues to move forward with unity, respect, and shared commitment for the common good. Thank you for the trust that you have placed in me and for the honor of serving as city clerk. It has been a privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. And Sharita, we thank you for stepping in, joining us. Mel, thank you for working with Sharita, preparing her to guide and direct Derek.
Well, that's a tour right there, I'll tell you.
But thank you, Sharita. Thank you for stepping in and your commitment also to Crescent City. Okay, and with that, I'm gonna go ahead and, Major Usry, you are up. We've got our sheriff's office report.
Good evening, everyone. So I didn't get a chance to attend the Cops, Kids, and Kayaks this year, so I'll ask you a question. How was that?
Well, I'm sorry, because last time, I stole your thunder, and so I
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
gonna say say anything this time.
Unfortunately, I was in South Florida, so.
What an outstanding event we had. We had, right at about, I think they said we had about 400. We gave out, I didn't, but Lee and Cheryl Dayton, who do this every year for us, and I hope they're here next year. Well, not for them, I know they're trying to move, but he gave out 114 fishing rods. Thanks to Johnny Morris and Bass Pro, they contribute quite a few of those, and then Lee has also done that too. And so he taught quite a few children how to fish, which is awesome in today's society when they all their thumbs, he taught them how to do this a little bit, and they had a great time. The weather was beautiful. The sheriff's office, we just cannot thank you enough. The sheriff, he was out there from early. He was out there about 8:30 in the morning at setup until late in the afternoon, He was there most of the day. But just the dedication and everything that everyone does. But it was a great day. The weather, I think this is the first year we didn't have any signs of rain. Normally we're, and the kayaking, they did the kayaks, they could have done actually one more trip. They stretched it out as late as they could, but they could have done one more trip. They had that many children that were interested in doing the kayaks. So the Friends of Dunn's Creek, they do a great job also. Sam Carr, all of them, it was, Mary Ann, you were there, you showed up, and we thank you. But for everybody, it was just great to see the children and the families. And so we thank you once again for all that y'all are doing for, our community.
Perfect. It's funny you say that because I've been taking my son fishing lately, and it seems like the older they get, the more I say I'm not ready for these things to happen. And the last time we went fishing, he actually it was the time before last. He actually started baiting his own hook, and I said I wasn't ready for that. They grow up fast, and we need to pour as much as we can into our youth in the community. So I'm glad it turned out well.
And there'll come a day when he'll take you fishing.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that's the joy.
And
I'm a
those will be
28-year-old
even
and now a
better
4-year-old or a 7-year-old, so I'm seeing where those times are more valuable and how much time I have to invest in him. And so anyway, I'll move to our report already.
Okay.
Looks very active, looks very deceiving, I know it does, but we all see many times that we have in Crescent City that when we get one a bad apple in the community, he upsets the whole roost, if you know what I mean. So this obviously started what we call a pattern, and it started our street crime units, and certain things started happening, and we started seeing certain crimes happening in a certain location. So in a nutshell, I'll go ahead and say, it'd be easy to say that Mr. Jeremy Addison, everybody's familiar with him. He had a little run with us before, back when the Crescent City Police Department was here. He went to prison, he got out, and obviously you see what happens when he gets out. There's actually one more case that happened this month. He got us on one more. And we've been able to, there's one of those there that we have not been able to link him to, so I haven't updated that yet, because I already sent it to you guys. But Jeremy Addison is currently fleeing law enforcement. We do not believe he is in the community at this time. Now, he does have family in the community, so he'll probably be back. But that's what Jeremy Addison is doing for us right now in the community. So hopefully we can get him the help that he needs once we catch up with him and get him back on the right track. Do you want me to go through each one of these, or do you?
No, it looks to me.
The top one here was an anomaly. That was at 317 North Summer Street. Mr. Wayne Bell was identified as charged with theft there at the flower shop. So I'm going to follow up with the owner of that property tomorrow just to catch up and see.
And that was an outside theft, not on the
Yes,
inside. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any questions on any of these?
I think one of the biggest things is make sure that you lock your vehicle and take your purse inside.
Yes, there's no windows being broken. That is one thing. And you see the actual burglary to the residence here, which is very rare in Crescent City. It was, our guys got there, and unfortunately the suspects were a little faster than our guys. I hate to admit it, but we got outran. So we'll rectify that in the near future.
What is it about thieves that they know that there's a person, you can leave it in there one time? I've done that twice. You can leave it in there one time, and it's like they know, it's like it attracts them that they know that it's there.
When you have certain individuals in your city, they're shaking door handles at night.
Okay.
So you may leave it in there that one time, but they probably shook your door handle those 3 times that you locked your door before. They shook that door handle 3 times before, so there's no telling how many door handles have been shook by, Mr. Addison. So
Okay, thank you.
3 is actually a win. Traffic activity, Summit Myrtle, vehicle making a U-turn, pulled out in front of somebody not paying attention. The Summit and Reed ran off the road, probably not paying attention, and hit a utility pole.
Is that the one that hit so they were avoiding a peacock when they
Oh,
hit
yeah,
the
that's right,
utility
that's
pole?
right, that's right, it was a peacock. Yeah, the peacock was crossing the road.
And they
That's right,
avoided
was a
it,
peacock.
hit the, okay.
Everybody likes peacocks. Some. General activity, 250 calls for service. See the elevated traffic stops. That was because of the pattern in the area. Again, our street crimes unit was here. Some additional personnel was put in this area specifically for that pattern. 2 traffic accidents, 23 reports, 14 arrests, and 2 charging affidavits were sent to the state attorney's office.
So is that increase in arrests also because of the street crimes unit being here and the traffic stops?
Most likely
Picking up people that had,
seeing people that were trespassing and just more eyes on different location always helps. So
it wasn't that there were crimes committed here, they just happened to be here and you guys saw them.
What's that?
It wasn't that there were crimes committed here, they just happened to be here, you guys saw them, and why you had the street crimes unit here and picked them up.
The reason why we had the street crimes unit here was before that, because I call it a pattern.
Right.
And again, when we have 2 live crimes, it starts a process that works for us, and we're able to quickly identify people in said crimes. Any questions on that? There's oh, I'm glad it didn't show there, because it's a 500% increase.
Yeah.
It went from 2 to 5. I'll try to fix
Like
it.
that crime spree in December there.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Yes.
I did have a couple of questions about something that was going on Grove Avenue that actually happened this month. Mr. Richard Hardy was arrested for an aggravated assault down there. It was a domestic violence situation. And I'll touch base on that much, but that's what all the activity was for. We actually came out here to take him into custody a couple of times with a lot of law enforcement, so that's why you're seeing the aviation units and things like that, because we were trying to get him into custody, but he has been taken into
He
custody.
has been taken.
And did you guys get your the sign that's advertising the top of the kayak? It was it 2 days ago? Well, I guess Tuesday when we were driving around, it was still out there.
So the sign has been changed, the mayor had to be changed, that's why I left out of here so fast. I wouldn't change it really fast while it was daylight, because I didn't know if I'd be able to see that keypad. But yes, I've changed it for the event this weekend. I think it's the 17th.
Thank you for keeping that, the 13th,
13th.
Yeah.
the 13th, yes.
I got it right. I'll check it on
This
the way out.
weekend, if you just put this weekend, that's.
I can check it on the way out, no problem.
Do we have any other questions? The one thing I do want to ask you about, and we've talked a little bit about this, is on the last month's report, there was vandalism. And someone's house was vandalized. I mean, truly vandalized. I mean, it was a vacant house. They'd been working on it. And I guess it was some juveniles. My understanding, it was some young juveniles. And I don't know what's going on with that, but, you know, anything that, so that they know that we have no tolerance for that. I don't want it, you know.
That's evident, Mayor. I mean, that's not something we normally do, to go in somebody's home and tear it up that way.
No, I know that.
That's not human nature. They knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
They should suffer the consequences.
Yes.
Our detectives are working on that to identify those suspects. I believe, I don't know how many have been actually charged with that right now, so I'd have to get that.
I just want to make sure that doesn't just, you know, especially
Absolutely.
since they're minors, but, you know, and someone was making an excuse for them, and I said, no, you know, when you've gone into someone's house like that, and to the damage that they've done, you know, that we
Well, the common theme is just kids. And
Yeah.
it's not
They're just kids, they're just, you know, no, these were not, this was not, and so I just want to make sure that they know that Crescent City has a no tolerance policy when it comes to that kind of, and I'm sure commissioners, I'm sure you probably echo that same feeling, that we don't want them to think they can get away with something like that.
Right,
Yes,
but Mayor, I have a question about this, and I think you raised a really good point. So are these juveniles going to be dealt with as juveniles in the juvenile justice system? Do we know yet?
I will have to look at their record to know that.
Okay,
Depending on how many crimes they, the level of the charge, there's different factors
Right,
there that they can be,
I
they could
remember.
potentially be charged as an adult.
okay.
But normally we still handle those as juveniles, and when they go to the state side is when they get overturned.
Well, I remember when Mr. Addison was creating a huge crime spree between the area of the high school and all up and down 17 in town. Mayor Peterson at the time and I and a lot of other people tried to have some kind of impact and input on the court system or the juvenile justice system. And it was very, very difficult for the juvenile to even, give that input. So my suggestion, and I don't know how this would work, if we wrote a letter that the mayor signed, could we try to get that to the proper part of the court system? And whether it's the juvenile authorities or the actual court, could that be submitted at some point in the process? And
So I actually was in a meeting this morning with Mark Lewis, who is the lead SA at ASA at the State Attorney's Office. He is very well, been made very well aware how frustrated I am with Mr. Aston and also with these juveniles. So if that's a possibility, we will go that route.
You'll let us know.
because, that would be an official statement. It could be in the court record because, I think you said it very well. And if it's on paper and in the file, because it's going to be very difficult to keep up with who hears what case where. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, but I think that's a message that we all feel is that, no tolerance for that.
So
Again,
with the recent increase in crime, I want to apologize to the commission. This is my job. This is embarrassing for me to see this increase in crime, and just understand that I will put to use every resource I have to my ability to make sure that these individuals are brought to justice, rest assured.
and you, please don't be embarrassed because.
Oh, that's human nature.
I know that, but we all
When these crimes are happening, and this guy's out running me and basically laughing at me, it's a little challenging.
well,
Registered for locker doors.
we also know that you stepped in and y'all arrested him the first time and
Right.
got him taken care of, but, it's, criminals are gonna be criminals, it's how you deal with it after the fact, and so we just appreciate all that you do after the fact, so, thank you. Anything else for the major?
No, just thank you, and we appreciate your commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am,
I just have a question about what you were just talking about.
okay. I can take a public comment if you'd like to come
Okay.
forward, and if you need to come forward, please, and state your name, your address if you will.
Just to piggyback. Hi, I'm Zinnia. I'm at the 11 North Lake Street in Crescent City, Florida. I just had a follow-up question to piggyback off of the concern. Are the adults, the parents, the guardians being held some type of accountability as well with all of this? That's also something important.
I think
It is, unfortunately, they didn't commit the crime, and I do believe that they should also be responsible for paying these people back for this.
Right, to a certain level, the parents should also be
And again, that's
paying
discussion, that's
attention
just,
to where their children are.
absolutely, and that's the stuff, discussion we can have through, pre-trial stuff.
Yeah.
Once we get all this stuff done, is, what's the word I'm looking for?
restitution.
Restitution.
Yeah,
there you
because
go.
really, if their parents were on top of them, they definitely would not be doing some of the stuff that they're doing.
You're absolutely right.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, with that, if we have nothing else, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to recess our regular scheduled meeting. I'm gonna open up our CRA.
Money update's gonna come in address.
Thank you.
Good evening.
you.
So,
Tuesday, we had our CRA meeting for all of our projects it was 16 commercial and 2 residential. And I thought that went well. We all drove around and looked at the properties. And right now, I'm getting the details together that we spoke about. And I'd like to set a date for our next CRA meeting, our special meeting for that, if we could.
Approve those grants, yes.
Okay, I thought we were going to do that once we had, as the budget, to make sure
We'll do it all together.
in July,
In
just
July.
to make sure that we have all the dollars that
Yes.
we know.
Okay,
Okay.
we can do that for sure. So I'll get
So-
with that money.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Well, I was just gonna say, aren't we gonna reschedule some meetings tonight?
Yes.
I would rather do the scheduling
Yeah.
all at once.
Yes.
Okay.
And other than that, with the fire watch, I wasn't sure he was gonna be here tonight, but, that gave me an idea because we have a list of all the churches in the area. Bertie had gotten it together for us for our faith-based partnership, so, I can get all that together for
Okay,
this, because I'd be happy to
Thank
plan
you.
something with that.
thank you.
Right.
And, I think that's all I've got right now.
Thank you.
And just for the record, we did have a workshop on this, on these grants, and it was advertised, and then we all got into golf carts and went on the road, and everyone was welcome to join us.
Yes.
And then we did come back to the office and we adjourned the meeting. So but it stayed within the city limits
Yes.
as required. So, thank you for putting that together.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Okay.
We had questions, discussions put on here in case the commission had any other, we didn't have anything to report. We went through everything on Tuesday, but if y'all had anything to ask myself or Bonnie on the next steps, this would be the time. But
Commissioners, does anybody have any questions regarding?
Mine is simply yes, next steps and the time the clock is running, especially on
the ARPA?
the.
Yes.
I just feel really, I don't want to give any of that back. I mean,
Okay.
I think we need to utilize it for what it was intended for. And I mean, we can tell from all those grant applications that there's definitely needs in this community.
Yes.
I don't want to have to give any of that
Oh,
back.
no.
I mean, you have to think about it, we have to award them and we have to get the work done
Yes.
before we pay them. So I mean, it's just,
Our goal, we're still on the beat, is to have it done by July, and that's the approval. That was what we put in the grant process. So we're still on track.
Okay.
Yes.
Or is there anything wrong with the end of June?
There's nothing wrong with the end of June. It's just when you all decide, the only thing we were gonna do is try to couple it with our budget adjustment and rate ordinance.
Well, my suggestion about that is because, as Commissioner Roy has pointed out, the clock really is ticking for ARPA. Is it possible, I mean, we know to a certain extent how much we have a set amount now. Can we not make our grant awards and then make anything above it? If we think there's gonna be more money, make it contingent. Because the sooner we do the ARPA money, the sooner people have an opportunity to spend it.
I think to get a better idea of exactly what the number is, echo what the mayor has said, we need to have our budget adjustment completed in order to know what dollars are needed. We're gonna move around and reconcile those accounts and bring that to the commission. And at that time, we can make a decision on the ARPA
I
dollars.
think you were hoping to do that sometime in the first week of July.
Correct.
Just before our July meeting.
Correct.
Have that all taken care of so that
Correct,
as we go into July.
yes.
And I know, Bonnie, you had several things we had talked about at the workshop to make sure that all those contractors, because we didn't have that in front of us, just to make sure all those contractors are in good standing with DVPR. One of the applicants, we had talked to them about possibly changing the surfacing and doing a different surface, so you're gonna need some additional information on that. So I think she still has some things to do to tidy some of this up. Because I really wouldn't want to do that until we know for a fact all of these are in good standing.
Yes, I agree.
And they've got, the other thing too is how many of them, because some of them would, especially with the windows, they're going to need permitting. I think you're only allowed one window a year, so you're going to replace any windows, you're gonna need permitting.
Or you mean one window without a permit,
Yes,
is what you're saying?
without a permit,
Okay.
yes. Otherwise, you have to have a permit in the county. It has to go through the building department.
And Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Add something to add about that additional information that you wanted collected that was needed. As well, I had mentioned when we were on, I guess, in this meeting and then when we were on the road, looking at the buildings, the requirement that we fund only changes to historic buildings that don't alter the architectural features that make it historic. And I mentioned that building owners really, to do this properly, would need to go to the Division of Historic Resources. So both our CRA staff, Bonnie, and the Downtown Partnership Executive Director reached out to me yesterday and said, do I have the contact? It's an agency, I don't have a specific contact name. Commissioner Lori may have it, that Catherine Beck may be able to help with the Main Street program. She works for the same Department of State. And then I have my notes from the Preservation on Main Street conference. I will get those out and share those with our new CRA staff and then again with the Main Street staff. So somewhere in there. So I'm trying to respond to them, but I don't have the exact chapter and verse of how they do this.
Division of Historic Resources, they should be able to put you in contact with the person that you need to contact. That's through the Secretary of State's office with Laura.
And after I spoke to you about that, I did speak to one of the contractors, and he does a lot of windows in downtown St. Augustine, so he's familiar with the old buildings. So I think he can help me with that too.
But there's more on the table, as I mentioned, and contractors don't do approvals. It's the Division of Historic Resources that do approvals and really guide people. So anyway, I would agree with the mayor, it's the Division of Historic Resources to contact, and some of us may have, like a bureau within the division, but that is the.
Yeah, if you'll just contact them, if you'll just, and also get those, if you could, while you're doing that, just get the parameters that we're supposed to work within, or a homeowner is supposed to work within, if it's, because only one of them is on the national, we only have one on the National Register.
We have all contributing structures.
Yeah, we have contributing structures,
Which is
but
just the
just to
same.
get from the contributing structures, just that we all have that, if you would.
Okay.
So we all have an understanding.
I just sent the contact information for the Bureau of Historic Preservation.
Okay,
I got you everything you need.
Thank you.
It's
thank you
emailed.
very much. Do we have anything else?
Well, we're still on CRA.
We're still on
right?
CRA.
So, I just had.
We're not on Main Street, we're still on the CRA. We haven't moved into that yet. We're still on CRA with, our CRA,
Okay, well,
grants and applications.
this is really CRA. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone for the great meeting that we had on the applications. The city manager, the staff, and you, Mayor, you organized us and kept us moving along. I thought it was very informative and productive. And I thought we all learned a lot. And I thought that it was a great idea that it was brought up to go on the road again and look at these buildings in person, because there was definitely a benefit to that. So thank you all for everyone who proposed it. This really is the CRA part of Main Street. And I just wanted to highlight for the commission that based on what Ms. Catherine Beck from the Main Street program in Tallahassee said, she said we could look at updating our boundaries, right? Boundaries for the Main Street, correct?
For Main Street, not our
Right.
CRA boundaries, but the
Exactly.
Main Street
But-
boundaries.
Exactly, but in part of the job of the commission and the CRA board, she said it is our job to create a direction and a vision, and the work of Main Street is to implement. So I just want us to be mindful that we have a part to do, and that we not kind of leave them without that necessary direction that's supposed to come from us. that we be mindful of that. And maybe we should allocate a little more time, the way we did the day before yesterday, to work on what direction we really think is appropriate for the CRA, so that, you know, we can all do our part as the contributing organization, and that's as the CRA. So anyway, that's just all I wanted to bring up. I thought it was just a very excellent day on Tuesday. Thank you.
We are actually going to a planning and zoning meeting tomorrow all day long, so we're gonna be learning all about this planning and zoning, so maybe we'll come back with some insights after that.
Northeast Florida Regional Council is putting on a planning and zoning workshop
Yeah, we'll be here for a workshop all day.
for staff.
And some of the planning and zoning.
Yeah, they did. They have some people go, I think it'll be very beneficial, especially as we go into some of this that we're wanting to do with this, central business district.
Yes.
Okay, do we have anything else? And then if not, we're gonna go into our, Crescent City Downtown Partnership. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, Rachel. It says the first quarter funds, but I believe these are the second quarter funds. Is that correct? So back in March, you did not come to us.
I did.
You did?
Yeah,
Did we not?
this is the stuff for March, and I'm not sure. I think, we thought that this was for next month. 'Cause I have the updated information that I can give, but this was not this was from last time in March.
You've not been paid?
Well, it took about a month and some change to get paid last time, but we did get paid.
Okay. I thought you were doing a request for this. I thought
Right,
it
yeah,
was
this
gonna
is-
be for the third quarter. I'm confused based on.
We were here in March, and then this is June now, so I thought we came in July, but
We usually do it a month before.
A month before.
so this was,
Right.
yeah,
This
it was,
is
I guess it
June.
was last time.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's why I think you're on here is for June, because it's for the July.
Right, I do have updated invoice and updated information. and
So it's actually for the third quarter.
Right.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Your third quarter, our second, our
Your
fiscal year
second, our
goes from
third.
January to December.
Right.
Did you guys want me to present our 4 points, or did you want me to send
Commission,
my
what would you
updated
like?
paperwork to the clerk and stuff so you can see that stuff?
What would you like, Commission?
Because I need some time to get that printed if you'd like updated information in front of you.
Yes.
We've discussed the MOU calls for them to fulfill work on all 4 points.
I have that presentation for you, ma'am.
Personally, I think that's what we are obligated to inform ourselves on. And if she's ready, I'm delighted.
Okay, if you're ready.
Okay, all right, so, thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the activities of the Crescent City Downtown Partnership. As you know, our work is organized around 4 pillars of the Main Street Program: economic vitality, promotions, organization, and design. I'm gonna briefly update you on each area. So I'm gonna start with economic vitality. We're excited to have 2 new co-chairs stepping into leadership roles within the Economic Vitality Committee. They've already begun developing initiatives focused on strengthening relationships with our local businesses and identifying opportunities for growth. One of their priorities is meeting directly with business owners to learn more about their needs, challenges, and ideas for downtown. We believe those conversations will help guide future programs and ensure efforts are aligned with the business community's priorities. I've had several meetings and they're excited to get together with local business owners. Our promotions committee is next. Our promotions committee remains very active. We're preparing for upcoming White and Boom Street Market. It'll bring together food vendors, artisans, and local businesses while creating another opportunity to bring residents and visitors downtown. We're also well into planning for our 2nd annual Crescent City Bike Fest. Last year's event generated significant excitement and brought visitors into our community, and we're looking forward to building on that success. We anticipate bringing additional details to the commission in July about Bike Fest. Next up is organization. A great deal of our work recently is focused on strengthening the organization's foundations. We are fully current with our reporting and compliance requirements with Florida Main Street America, and the state of Florida. We've also formed a committee to review our bylaws and identify opportunities to expand the community participation and engagement with the partnership. In addition, a committee has been established to review and update the executive director contract to ensure clear expectations for them in the future. While much of this work is happening behind the scenes, it is critical to ensuring the long-term sustainability of the partnership. Next up is design. At this time, we do not have an active design committee chair. However, we are seeking community members who may be interested in serving in that role. And I've reached out to members at the Historical Society. In the meantime, Christina and I have begun exploring opportunities for a downtown mural project. Ideas include possibly the annex building or maybe the alleyway behind City Hall. Just ideas we have. No, we have to write anything to you guys. So I'm happy to answer any questions about what we're up to.
Commissioner, do you have any questions?
Well, you're asking for 12.5, correct? You're asking for 12.5 for the third quarter versus second?
Your work, this is our second.
This is their second or third. They went on calendar week.
Yeah, we run from January to December.
Well, I have a question. Now we have an interim CRA.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long is she gonna be there?
Her current contract runs through July 7th.
July 7th?
We'd have to vote at the next meeting to extend that, or we do have to open up the position for other people to apply. I'm not speaking into the microphone.
Okay, so I guess I have a little bit of a problem, you know, just saying, okay, you can have 12.5 if we don't have somebody there that's only be there until July 7th.
Well, we can extend her contract to the next board meeting, which is July 6th.
Is that what you're looking to do?
That's what we're aiming to do, yes. And then we have to open up the position. We've just recently finished up writing a new contract for the executive director position.
So the next 12.5 starts at what time? But to pay for the third quarter, I guess, when
We
does
would
that
pay it in
happen?
July.
July, August, September.
Okay, so that would be with a new,
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
okay,
We still have to open the position for applicants to apply.
But your plan is to.
Our plan right now is to extend Christine's contract
Until you have
for
some.
whatever time she's willing to stay.
but you're not gonna open up that contract until hers is up.
Correct.
Okay. So the assumption is she's gonna stay. Is that what
That
I'm
is
hearing?
my current assumption, yes, ma'am. I know she's, I can't make anybody do anything.
No,
She's her own person.
I think I don't know what your Commissioner Burton, but I know it's always been my concern with this, is this goes to salary dollars, that it's there to fund an executive director and not the organization. And so that would be a concern I would have, that if it's only through July 7th, do you have a commitment outside of that? And what is your plan to advertise? I know you said you're working on the contract now. What is your plan to advertise? And are you looking to do, because I think that's something that we, the commission, need to also be looking at as we go into a budget season. Can we continue to afford that, or do, we need to go down to half of that, or what do we need to do just based on what we might be faced with from budget constraints?
In our discussion Tuesday
Yes.
was that we asked them to consider that. Come back.
Christina will not be the manager, that's only part-time.
Yeah, but I don't think.
And we haven't made that decision. I just think that that's
I just think it's a
something.
question mark
Yeah.
on how we're gonna deal with that.
Right, our current MOU goes through, the end of August, I think we've reworked in September. So at that point, that's when we have to discuss those things.
Okay, so do you believe she'll stay through? We just want to make sure that there's somebody in place that you don't have.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I can't
Okay.
speak for Christina, I can't
Okay.
say 100% one way or the other.
We just all have to be, it is taxpayers' dollars, and so we all have to be accountable. We have to be accountable for that. And I know y'all are trying to be very accountable for that too. And so I think as we expend this, that's just a concern to make sure that it's actually going towards, in my opinion, that it goes towards salary dollars and not, operational.
Well, to me, it seems like they understand that, I think, and if they don't have an executive director in place, they're gonna need to refund the money to us. I mean, I know that's not currently in paperwork, but, I mean,
That's what it pays for.
yeah.
One of the top things in the MOU is that we have an executive director. We're not in compliance with the MOU if we don't have an executive director. I understand that, thank you.
And I don't know, from that perspective, when we have the MOU, that if, should something happen, and Christina, which, should she decide not to, and you go without, Mr. Holmes, do we have that ability to ask for a refund, for that difference, for that amount of time that they were not, in fact, they had someone employed?
If your grant of the funds is conditional on them having someone in place, then that can be
Okay.
a specific term and understanding, and if they don't meet that, then yes, you can ask for it back. Now, I don't know where the funds will be at that point, so asking for it and getting it are sometimes two different things.
Well, I'm sure with their treasurer that he'll make sure that Jonathan's staying on top of it. So.
I wasn't implying otherwise, I'm just saying, your question was, can you
Well,
ask
I
for it
know,
back?
you never know, because,
So do we have a copy of that MOU or?
I have it, and he has a copy of it. It says employee paid professional who shall be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the program. And then raise and expense sufficient funds to support administration of the program and meet program objectives. Number 3, implement a comprehensive program based on 4-point approach. I just went over. There's more to that part. And it says maintain data for monitoring and provide CRA quarterly financials.
So we don't have any caveat in there that says if they leave in July, we have to.
There's not
Okay.
anything we can
It
change.
should be something like that.
and we have the MOU.
That's
Yes.
why we are planning to
Commissioner,
rework
wait
the
1 moment,
MOU.
please.
I'm sorry?
That's why we're planning to rework the MOU.
Okay.
When the end date of it is, I believe the end of August or the end of September.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah.
It comes up in September. We've got it. I know that is part of what we're working on. Yes, Commissioner DeVita.
So would it be appropriate, this is partly a question for Mr. Holmes, that if I was gonna make a motion to grant the request for the 12,500 for the quarter that is July, August, and September, and would it be appropriate to add, with the understanding that any funds that are not expended for salary be accounted for and held apart to potentially be refunded to the commission?
There's nothing in the MOU that says that it has to be for salary right now. It does not say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that's what she's trying to.
Yeah.
We're gonna say
that
that.
right now.
We're gonna say that right now, I think.
Yeah.
So,
That is part of the.
If he says that we can, that's why I didn't vote for the MOU, because,
Right.
for that reason, but can we do that since it doesn't say that it's specific to that, except for the fact that through the MOU that they've said that it should, that they should have the executive director, they should have that position filled.
So you should, saying you should and whether it's done is two different things. I mean, there's, we say a lot of things and look how long we waited for Derek.
I guess I'm
just kidding, but it can take a while to bring somebody in.
And I just want clarification on,
That's okay.
I just want clarification on whether we can request the segregation of the 12.5 and return of any funds for the quarter that are not used for salary.
Well,
Maybe,
you have an MOU in place.
Right, we're obligated.
So, and of course, amendments of agreements that are mutually made cannot be made unilaterally, right? So if you have an agreement in place that was mutual, then to modify it unilaterally, it would not technically be correct or appropriate. You could find, and I'm not trying to start issues, but you could find that they had not, or were not in compliance with the MOU, because of the fact that they don't have the leadership in place, and withhold them the funds pending, them putting someone in place. Or you could ask them if they would be willing to consent to a modification, because if they were to consent to a modification, then all's fair, right? So if they're willing to consent to a modification of the MOU to provide that the 12.5 is contingent upon them having someone in place in a leadership role, and that if they don't have someone in place in a leadership role by a certain date, then the funds will be returned, then you can do that, assuming they're willing to, to agree upon that wording.
Yeah, it has the amendments thereof must be mutually agreed upon by the parties and must be in writing.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's what I said, other than the written part, that just makes sense. I
And you
mean,
probably have to take that back to your.
I have to either put on my board, I
Yeah,
can't
take
do
it back to
it.
your Okay.
you can amend the MOU whenever you want to, really,
We
if it was
don't
not
have to
mutual
wait
agreement.
until August or September, we can do it at any time. My plan was to get the information, we talked about the KPIs over to them next week, so they can meet with their group and go over that while they're working on theirs, and I assumed that they were gonna bring something back at some point in time.
I'll start with them.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Right, the KPIs, so.
And please know that we're not, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lloyd, go ahead.
No.
I mean, please know that we're not picking on you at all. It's just, we here as a board, we have accountability. And so when someone
Understand.
comes to us, we've got to be accountable for those dollars to make sure they're being spent correctly. And responsibly. And so that's why but we also know that y'all are trying, that you're reorganizing.
We understand all that.
Yeah, so we do understand all that. But a lot happened in the past, that causes some concern where we thought that someone that caused me concern. I don't know how can't speak for the other commissioners, caused me some concern that we thought that things were being done, that unfortunately, and that's not on you, that's not on you at all.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, some things were not being done. And so that's a concern. That's a big concern of mine. And making sure, I know with Christina, I think we all feel very confident she's done this, she knows this inside and out, and works very closely with Kathy. But we don't know, we hope that Christina will continue and carry you forward as you go into.
That should be organized, I think it'd be great. But I do think that, that's not necessarily,
You might speak into your microphone.
it may happen and it may not, that she stays, it's just gonna be.
And I can't
her,
speak
nobody
for her.
knows.
But she can't speak for
And we just
her.
wanna make sure that, we kind of have something set up that if she leaves and you still have another so many dollars left in this bucket that we say yes to tonight, that, and there's nobody there to pay it to, that we somehow stop that payment, so to speak. Does that all make sense?
Yes.
I hope
Yes.
I'm making
Mayor,
sense.
It does, Commissioner DeVito.
So, but in response to that, it seems to me, that we should, since we have an MOU and they are, diligently working on their 4 points, that the most logical and supportive thing to do right now would be to, vote to pay the next quarter's payment. Because personally, practically, it will be very difficult for them to fill a position if we are withholding the quarter's payment. And we have the relationship with them, and quite frankly, the relationship and the leverage, if we feel we need to amend the agreement to make sure that dollars are only used for salary, I think we can do that even in the middle of the quarter, because it's a very cooperative relationship, but I just don't see how they can hire if we don't grant them the
Well,
funds.
I'm not saying to not grant them funds, I'm just saying that if the event that somewhere in July, okay, Christina says, well, I got a better deal over here, and she leaves, and then they have to go find somebody else, it can take It take a little while.
If there's a lapse in service, I think that's
all.
what
That's
I'm
really
hearing.
what
I'm
I'm
not
talking
hearing
about.
that there
But
wasn't.
no, I'm not saying.
I'm hearing that if there's a lapse in service, that monies that would go out, that be expended, that it not be operational, that it goes towards
Because that's
salaries.
a next step that we would.
So that would be a next step where we would have to do some sort of a clawback or try to get some of that back if they would be willing to do that through the board, do an agreement. So, okay, with that, let's bring this in.
So I would like to move that we pay to the downtown partnership as requested, the $12,500 for the quarter that begins in July.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Commissioners, do we have any further discussion?
Are we gonna have something in the MOU that says, in case, if, you know,
That's not in motion right now, so that would have to be something separate, as Dawn said, we would have to, and somehow or another, they would have to agree to an amendment to their MOU. Currently, currently it's a binding contract that we have with them, is that correct?
It is, memorandum of understanding is, and they relied upon it. So at that point, yes, I think you could terminate a binding contract.
So, but I guess my point was that it's an ongoing relationship, it's an interdependent relationship. And I think what the mayor said, or city manager said, or several of us said, is that the next step, second step, would be to seek a modification with the downtown partnership, specifying that those funds are to be used for salary. And then potentially, if there's a lapse, the funds would either be returned or put to future salary, or however we want to do it. But that, we've discussed that as a next step.
okay.
And I would say that, obviously, as the next quarter approaches and we do this, we're not gonna be entering an MOU with them if they're spending the money that they're not supposed to spend. You know, if they lose their executive director and all the money disappears, I mean, we're gonna know. So obviously, that would create a big problem. So I think it's definitely in their best interest to make sure that money's not spent. And with the understanding that we rely on them and kind of on their honor, and they rely on us for that funding. And I would hope that even though Christina's contract is up in July 3rd or 7th, she would stay around and hopefully that job will pay her if we fill our part of it. So I mean, I think it's a trust thing. We're relying on each other. And obviously we have, I know it's.
Well, I know frustration to do the right thing, I don't have a problem with that, but you know.
It's their, I know, it's the organization and it's money. And I feel just as strong as you do, this is tax money, we're responsible for this. But you know, we also have to work together, so.
Okay.
And we have, and we know that they're trying to do good things for Crescent City, for all of us. I would say though, that through this discussion, this is on record, where our concerns are. So Madam Clerk, if you would please, in the minutes, just make sure that you've captured, that there was a discussion on this. Okay. So we have, right now, we have a proper motion and a second. I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Do we have any public comment on this at this time? Seeing no one come forward. Madam Clerk, I'm gonna ask you to do a roll call for us, please. And this is to pay what would be, I think, our fourth quarter, their third quarter, payment that is in line with the MOU. So,
Well, my motion
The
was for the quarter that starts
The next quarter.
July.
yes, July, which is the fourth quarter.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Cynthia Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lisa King DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor William P.J. Laurie,
Aye.
Mayor Michelle Myers.
Aye. So approved. Thank you, Rachel. I don't think you're done though.
No, I don't think you're.
So we're going to move on to the request by the Crescent City Downtown Partnership to install a banner style sign at Market Square.
So this was brought to downtown partnership by Big Dog Graphics out of Pearson. They would like to do it's more of a solid sign that would be able to have slats in it that would have different events, so it would be reusable instead of buying a banner every time. It would just be able to change the slats out. And it would be able to have downtown partnership events and city events, and it would go over in Market Square where the current, not so beautiful sign is right now.
Unreadable.
Same rules will be used as well. No new construction.
Okay. And Big Dog, and this is just, I'm sorry, does anybody have a question? Commissioner Burton looked like you did, I should have called on you
Yeah,
first.
you go
No,
ahead,
you
you talk
go.
about Big Dog, I suppose.
No, and it's my understanding this is really for the Crescent City Downtown Partnership. He's doing this for their events and for the Crescent City
Right,
Downtown
and city
Partnership.
events, like, if the city was putting on something that was not downtown partnership related.
It would be
on there as
a
well.
city event, but not individuals outside of that, is that?
Yeah, if we were to do other entities, it would be more of a advertising space, kind of, if they wanted to put their events up there, it would be advertising space.
And so
I had a couple questions.
let me ask Commissioner
Yeah,
Burton,
I
because
sort
she
of
had,
have just kind of one. You do realize that the square is for sale.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so everything I kind of read, it makes it sound as though this is where we come for everything. This is the square, and my gosh, where all of our events, everything's gonna be beautiful. But it really is for sale. And so do you have a for sale sign up?
Currently, the sign that's out there is the one that's been doing, working, or the one that's been out there. We talked about reaching out to a new, representative for real estate, putting a new sign out there. Currently, we actually have a party that's looking at, that's trying to do their due diligence to actually purchase the property. We have talked about it.
Okay,
That's
so,
okay, but
well, wait, Mayor, if I
Yes.
could, that was one of my questions. So this is really important.
make sure Commissioner Burton,
If you're- I guess
are you
the
willing
sale-
to allow her to continue, or are you done?
well, I just wanna make sure, I kinda like the idea of putting a sign out that gives the events that may happen in the city. But I just want people to understand that the lot is for sale, it's a lot, to me, it's a lot.
Right.
Okay, it's not this market square where everybody comes and meets and, has this great time, and that's kind of the way it was being presented. And it's like, no, okay. And meanwhile, though, if you take away the two poles that say no sale in between it, or for sale, excuse me, not no sale, but for sale in between it, where are we putting the for sale sign?
We'll find out with a realtor where they would like to put that. I mean, that's the staging area for what it's been for a while. But I think that with new technology, I know it's been out there for a while, the advertisement would be online and other places that possibly it hadn't been before.
Okay.
If in the future we had to do the sign, it is something that can.
Let me, Commissioner DeVito, piggyback on that. Go ahead,
Yes,
Commissioner
please.
DeVito, you have the floor now.
Thank you so much. Very well said. So my first question was just pretty much what Commissioner Burton said. How can you, is this a good place to put up a sign to be, a general notice of events? When the property is for sale, are we going to make the sale of this property subject to retaining the sign? I'm just saying, so the sign could potentially be very temporary.
It could. but
Okay, so I just want to make there, if we sell the property, the sign may have to go unless we make arrangements with whoever buys the property to use a small portion of it somewhere. My other question was, I'm not sure, I assume that this mock-up was done by Big Dog Signs.
Yeah, that's Steve.
Yeah, I know these people really well. They do not live in Crescent City. They are based in Volusia County, I believe. And I agree that the sign should not say Market Square. It should say maybe historic downtown Crescent City, because Market Square is, Commissioner Burton's absolutely right. That's it's not a place where things happen. We're talking about our whole downtown business district.
It's just a mock-up.
Okay,
It
but
doesn't
I'm
have,
saying
it's
that's,
not, that's not, like, that does not have to be what the sign looks like.
okay, so, but that's my other question. You know, if this sign goes forward, it's going to be a partnership between the downtown partnership and the city, because the city owns the dirt, the city owns the poles. So if we approve this, or it would be my suggestion that the city also approve whatever verbiage goes on the sign, and that we come up with a shared idea of how it's used. Because, for example, I would assume that you would want to put the Catfish Festival on there. That we would, you know, that's a huge event in Crescent City. But anyway, so my concern would be that if it's a partnership, the city should have some input along the lines of what Commissioner Burton originally arranged. That's my.
I want to interject here a little bit. Yeah. Steve with Big Dog, is in Pearson. He and his wife, they have a company there. They've supported this Crescent City Downtown Partnership. They were here at Bike Fest, and they actually were on site printing the shirts and gave them at almost cost to the Downtown Partnership. And talking to Steve, I mean, if you've got somebody who's wanting to help, he really, I think this is something he's done for numerous communities. He really wants to help and support and build this up. And he has gotten involved with our Crescent City Downtown Partnership. She's already said this is a slat. It'll be a slat sign that they can add and subtract from. Is that correct?
Correct.
But, you know, at the same time, I personally am appreciative for all that he's wanting to do here in Crescent City. Because he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to, and he's doing a lot of this on his own. I know he did the Juneteenth sign for Angel, thinking that was also the Downtown Partnership, and he did that as part of what he gives back. He and his wife give back to the community. They're on board for
They're
Bike
mostly
Fest
retired,
again.
and
Yes.
they're just coming and doing the stuff they want to do.
Yes, and so they're also in line for Bike Fest. Right. Okay. Couple of things on this lot over here. This lot has sat empty for many years, and we, the commission and our city managers, not just you, our city managers have done nothing to try to promote that property. I know in the 5.5 years I've been here, you can't read that sign.
Right.
And if you do read it, it's embarrassing that it looks the way it does. First off, we need to take it down regardless.
Right.
Okay, so something needs to happen to the sign. If we're going to market that property, then we need to put out an RFP or RF everything, so that we can get some agents, RFP. So that we can get some agents that are interested in marketing that property and selling that property. And so I think that we can also have a for sale sign, which I think we absolutely need on that property. So that people also know, hey, this is a great place that if we have a function here. But if you look on here, Red, White, and Blue Street Party, that's not on Market Square. That's down Central.
Right.
The Yappy Hour, that's not there. I mean, there's other things, the holiday market. But I also know that in looking at this sign, you have to remember there's a lot on this sign. So Rachel, I don't know how he's wanting to do this or how y'all are thinking about doing this, but keep in mind that to keep it simple, because people are driving by and it has to be fast to read. But most importantly, you know, thank him for wanting to do something, but at the same time, I'm gonna put it back on us that we need to also do something with that piece of property. It's it's an extremely valuable piece of property here in Crescent City. So, yes.
And I will echo and agree with you completely, Mayor. That sign actually does say that there's an RFP for the property, and it is on our website, which good luck finding it. And that has been the extent, I think, of any marketing on that piece of property for the 2 decades or more that I think we've owned it. And if you look at the RFP, if you find it, it is not at all accurate. It has a lot of incorrect information saying that we don't have high-speed wireless in town, or we don't have any high-speed broadband and things like that. So it definitely needs to be updated. It needs to be streamlined and corrected. When we had this gentleman that came here from Kissimmee that were talking about a proposal, I actually asked them, how did you guys find out about this? And I think someone was really bored one night and was really looking through the depths of the internet and found it. But I mean, we definitely have that. That is an asset that we have been sitting on for quite a while, and we need to do something about. And, you know, the fact that we call it Market Square, I think, is because some of us got really tired of calling it the Miller Lot, or the old Miller building, or the old Miller Lot. And I think Market Square name was at least a little more fresh and new, and it kind of became adopted. But I agree. That sign needs to be done with, I mean, and the downtown partnership has been very helpful over the last few years by putting banners up there, advertising events so that you don't see that sign. So we definitely need to do something about it, sooner than later. And I'm glad that Steve is willing to do, have a good idea and do something to help out the partnership, so.
And I believe Market Square came because we were doing farmer's market there, and so they started calling it farmer's market, and it stuck.
Well, we just need something to
it's
call it
done,
too. We kept
yeah.
calling it 3 different things, and the old property, the vacant lot just doesn't sound fun.
So Commissioner DeVito, you had some concern with the wording. What would you like to see on this sign if?
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily have to make it up right here, but I guess my main concern is that, the commission approve whatever wording is there. It just needs to be appropriate. Market Square, I think, is not right, and I don't mean to disparage Steve or Deb. I know them very well. Deb was my pastor for many years, and Steve attended our church. I had no idea they were involved with the downtown partnership, but my point is some of these fine distinctions are not known to them because they're not here all the time. It just needs to be, I think Commissioner Burton's original point was a little more accurate as to where people are being invited to somewhere. It's not just Market Square. And I mean, personally, I would say historic downtown, because that's what we're trying to bring them to, I guess. Just not Market Square.
Could just say Crescent City Downtown Partnership
Yeah,
events.
I think, yes.
If I may, just an observation, if we left the Crescent City Downtown Partnership logo, their sign, and put our city logo, and take all language out of there and just say event calendar, I think that would be the best way to go.
Right, because I don't think people are gonna be looking to see that event right by that sign. It's just a reminder that on this day, there's this event going on in Crescent City.
Yeah.
Most likely, if you come here that day, you're gonna see what's going on.
Right.
It's not big, we're not that big of a town, you'll find out where the things are going on.
And we're getting very close to getting our sign up as well, which is digital right across the street. So just to let y'all know,
Good, because I'm tired of stepping over.
it's very close. I'm tired too.
Oh, well, I almost hit it though, right into it. So
Okay, so I need a motion.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve the installation or the acceptance of Steve from Big Dogs Graphics offer to construct a sign for the downtown partnership and the city of Crescent City for events in the lot that we own across the street. And that the final verbiage be approved by the city manager so that we can move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Lori has a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second for Big Dog and the Crescent City Downtown Partnership to work together to recreate the sign that's there, and with the approval of the verbiage from the city manager. Motion was made by Commissioner Lori and seconded by Commissioner DeVito. Do we have any further discussion? No. No?
No.
Okay, do we have any public comment? Okay. I'll ask you to please do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay, so approved. Thank you, Rachel, and please tell him thank you as well. We have one more for you. Before we get into that, commissioners, we've talked about, does anybody want to do a motion to direct our city manager? Because even if someone's doing their due diligence, sometimes if something goes on the market, sometimes it can put a fire too. So I don't know if or something to think about at the July meeting, that we, have him put out an RFP for,
Well, we would have to approve that, would we not?
yes, we
So
have to,
bring us,
at the July meeting.
Yeah, an RFQ for real estate.
Would we do an
Real estate
RFQ for
brokers.
that? I think we could do an RFP.
We don't have a,
I said you would do an RFE, request for everything.
Oh, retro, for everything, yeah. I like that.
Yeah. But, you know, the nature of an RFQ is that you're gonna be basically assessing the qualifications of the applicants, and then after you decide which one you believe to be most qualified, then you enter negotiations to fine tune the details of the contract, which with a real estate agent is normally just the percentage of commission that they're going to charge and the length of the term. So, you know, I suspect that an RFQ would be preferable to an RFP, because, you know, in an RFQ, you're ranking the realtors in the order that you believe they hold as to their qualifications, and then you enter negotiations. If you can't reach a deal with number one, you go to number two. So that's what I would suggest you do as an RFQ. And that would allow you to, I believe, assess such things as their presence in the community, their marketing measures in our community, but also, because of the nature of this, their marketing measures outside of our community, because it's highly likely that whoever might want to buy that property is not from here. If they're from here, they probably already know it can be purchased. But if they're, so, you know, I think the RFQ would allow you to kind of judge their ability to reach out, how they're going to market the property, and then once you decide on the, you know, they can, with realtors now, they can give you examples of how they market, whether it be by internet, whatever. So I would say RFQ for a realtor to go forward with the sale or the marketing of the property for sale.
and then we would actually issue an RFP, or would we let them
No,
market?
They would
you know,
work under
you pick what the realtor you like, and that like's not a good term. You pick the realtor you believe to be the most qualified, offers the most to you by qualifications, and then you enter negotiations with them for a contract, you know, a brokerage or listing agreement. If you can't reach one with them because they want 20%, then you go to number two.
much like what we do with our grant.
But the only thing that I know, and what we originally did was kind of saying, come to us with ideas about what to do with the property. And, you know, if you want to buy it outright, or you want to trade it, or or something like that. If we had, that's what the RFP basically said, this piece of property is available, now that we were selling it outright. And I mean, is that what we're changing kind of the goal here?
If you're gonna use a realtor, you're probably not going to be entertaining anything other than most likely a sale opportunity. It's gonna be difficult for realtors to try to field those sorts of alternative proposals for the use of that property. If you're going to try to throw something out there and allow people to be imaginative in what they're proposing, that's gonna be kind of on you to do that, rather than through a realtor, quite frankly.
And I just want to make sure that we are trying to find out, make sure that we're protected as far as we don't, try to have some control over what the future of that property is. I mean, I don't think
Well, we're the sellers,
we are.
so we have a certain amount of control, but we also, that's all part of the negotiation too. So if somebody comes in, it's their proposal to us and whether or not we're willing to accept that. That's just
The
part of.
more control you have, the less marketability you're gonna have.
Right. But I think that
Mayor.
it's my feeling that might be desirable still.
Right, to me, there's two things going on here. One, Commissioner Lori has pointed out that our RFP that is currently on our website is out of date. It's dated, a little
I don't even know that
inaccurate.
it's, yeah.
So my suggestion would be that we do direct the city manager to do two things, because the RFQ is a process, and we're going to have to discuss that process. If we direct the city manager to update the RFP, that means we will be looking at the RFP, and it will at least, we will be more informed about it, and at least while we're going through the RFQ process, we will have a more accurate RFP that's on there if someone is looking at it, because it's there. So don't we want it to be accurate?
The RFP though, there's a little confusion here because there's an RFP, but we are the sellers.
I understand that. So I'm saying we should update our RFP to make sure that it is just accurate, because Commissioner Lori says there are some outdated pieces of information in
It might not actually be up here anymore.
and maybe it's not even up there. In
It's
other
in,
words,
it's in the.
Well,
ordinance,
you
yeah.
have to, we have to go through a process though, so we have to think, I think needs to be put on a July meeting for discussion, because you have to surplus that property, correct? So we'd have to surplus that property. And I think that you would want to enter into or figure out, and maybe Derek, this is what you can come back to us with, if that's the commission's wishes, is that you research how we should do this. If it's more beneficial to us to put out an RFQ, and then we have an agent, a broker, who basically is representing the city in the sale of our properties, that is very familiar with the surplus process and commercial properties. Or like you said, if we just sell it ourselves, if we put it out there on our own and we market it and what's required for that too, and if in fact we need to do an RFP. So I think, but we can't get bogged down in that tonight.
Right,
That's something for you to bring back and
I'll
recommendations.
work with Don, Mayor, on the qualifications and the grading of the qualifications. That's where it's at in the RFQ. How do we grade somebody? How do we put somebody else above another? I don't know how many steps there would be in that, because like Don said, if you're looking at duration of time and you're looking at percentage, a share percentage of the sale, I will look and see what other people have done. I will come up with something and bring it back to the commission. As you all said, this is something that's been going on for a long time. I'll jump on it.
And we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
No.
The school district does this.
Do some
You know,
research and see
so
what
we
they-
don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
So we need a
RFQs for a realtor are not that difficult.
Yeah,
You
I
get in
didn't
the
think they
commission,
would.
pretty-
It's a
pretty
commission
simple.
base,
just
yeah.
come up with a few basic criteria, and
That's
you
right.
judge them based upon that. If that's what you're looking to do. Now, if you're not, and I hear some, and that's why I think probably an agenda item's better for next month, because I'm not sure there's unanimity on the commission as to what you want to do with the property.
That property, the realtor that you go after, and if it were me, and I own that, and I'm really trying to get rid of that, I want a realtor that's gonna showcase the city, all of the new construction we have going on, all of the new businesses
Well,
that we
that's
have
part of
coming
what
up.
you're gonna,
Yeah, and we'll put that, we'll build that into that
You're
RFQ.
interviewing, yes, with them, so that they're familiar, because I've dealt with one and they didn't have a clue what was going on with the property, and that's the last thing that you want.
Right.
Okay, so if everyone are we in agreement
And I
to
do.
ask
Yes.
Derek?
I
Okay,
do
Commissioner
apologize.
DeVito, your face, what can we do?
Okay, you're saying we would have to surplus it and all that. We've already put the property up for sale. Haven't we done that?
The property's for sale, but it's through us. I mean, if you read the sign, it's our telephone number.
Right.
So we're not working with an agent. The property is for sale.
Okay, but
It's just we need to start marketing it for sale.
Okay, but you're assuming that we haven't decided it's surplus? Didn't we do that at some point before we
We're selling it,
we
yeah.
would have
It
it
may have
up?
been tacit, and those are details that you can work
Yes.
through. If you got an offer tomorrow, you could put it on the agenda for declaration of surplus next meeting. Those are, if the willingness of the commission is to sell the property, then, the rest of it is just a technicality of putting the ducks in order.
Right, but then the other element that Mr. Holmes just said, he thought he heard us saying different things about what the intent of the commission is. Commissioner Lori pointed out that the RFP specifically was done to give the commission control. And usually when you go with a realtor, that's a whole different idea that would, even though we're the seller, you have to be careful about what you say in the contract with the realtor, because you may be giving up all the control unless you.
No,
say-
you're still the seller.
I think what I heard best is to leave it for July, and we can talk about it in July. okay?
I'll bring it back.
But you're
Yeah,
still,
we should
you're
do that.
still a seller, so it still have to enter into a contract. They still have to bring us a contract that we have to
And
approve.
that's really
The
what I
terms
wanted
and
to hear.
conditions of that.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't just.
Okay,
selling it.
let's move on, we know that. So let's go to the CCDP, the request, for the annex use. Do we want to talk about this a little bit?
Yes,
You want-
Rachel, let's-
It's on the agenda. Did you want to talk about this at this meeting? The possibility, or
Yes, please.
annex, to move into the annex?
Yeah. See, people can't hear us out there.
No, they were talking.
Sometimes that might.
I just want them.
I can't hear us.
It's fine, then. She's really good, so me out.
We approved it on my board meeting that, we would like to, move into the annexes for the possibility. We would have to know the logistics and how much it would cost and just some general information about. They did say, yes, we can
Very interesting.
go forward with,
Talking to us about it,
right,
okay.
and seeing how much it would
And
cost.
to negotiate it, okay.
We've talked about this at a couple meetings and some
Right.
things. I think it would be most advantageous for them as well as for the city to enter into some sort of form of agreement, but in a short-term basis at a zero cost. They're going through a change right now, even though we're paying for their director. They are working out new ideas on how to generate funds, and I think in the time, the changeover, it would be very helpful for this group, for their long-term success if the city and the commission would have it for them to be in there rent-free for a specified period of time. And that would include
Now-
the utilities as well.
Leave them all up.
So we would be covering the utilities as well. Is that what you're proposing?
Just for a short period of
Not
time.
just the rent, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, we're covering the utilities now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
We are.
We are, I don't think is there even a different power meter on the building?
I believe so.
Yeah, I
believe
believe they are
it's
separate. It
Yeah,
is separate.
It is.
It is separate.
It is, I sent the power bill to you.
Yeah, she did. She said that's about how much it costs every month.
We just know that where you are now, you're on month to month, is that correct?
Yes.
And it is a drain. It is a drain.
Yes, it is.
So my question is that something the city manager could bring back to us in July or August, or when would they be ready to?
I'd love to talk about my building as soon as possible. If I could give them permission to store stuff there, that would be good. Even if it's not something that we're opening up day to day and it needs a lot of work done to it still.
Yeah.
I still don't think that the $1,200 that we're paying now is the right thing for our organization at this time.
That's for most of the stores.
I think at this time, I would like permission from the commission to enter into an agreement with them. If their board decides to do that, I can have that ran through our legal counsel and get that to them as soon as possible.
And you have to give, what kind of notice? You have to give a 30-day notice? What's your notice for the other properties?
Yeah, I believe it's 30 days.
So they don't want to give a 30 days. So that's an additional, so if you have to do that, that's additional time, additional monies, and you need to know that we're on board, correct?
Yes.
For your board. Okay.
No, I'm,
Because we go from the 15th to the 15th, so if I said,
right.
this is our last month, that would be the 30 days starting on the 15th, the 15th of July.
Okay.
Okay,
Motion.
So I need a motion.
So, you go.
You go right ahead.
Oh, okay. So, I move that we authorize our city manager, to enter into an agreement with the Downtown Partnership, for lease of the annex building month to month. Okay, at, no charge, with the city being responsible for, the utilities of electricity and water. Does that sound right?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proper motion and a second. The one thing I will ask, do we have any discussion?
no, I think it's time to, we know that, the partnership, Main Street is struggling a little bit, and, it'd be nice to give them a leg up, trying to get them back on track, and I think that's really important for our city. This is something that we've worked really hard at, and, I hate to, see it I hate watching it struggle as much as it's struggling. So I think this would be a very good way to help. That's all I really want to say. I think it'd be a good thing.
There's not a time certain, you did that on a month-to-month basis. Do we have a time period that you would like to bring this back for, or are we just gonna wait and see through? I just wanna make sure that we,
Yeah, that's a good question. Is this
Month-
month to month go on
Well, month to month is, to review in 6 months.
so do you want to, do you want
Yes,
to
I'd like
amend
to
your motion?
amend my motion to say, that arrangement would be for 6 months, subject to a review and extension.
No, second that.
So you'll second it, okay? So we have a proper motion and a second, no further discussion. Do we have any public comment? Okay. Rachel, are you good? Okay. If we have no, other public comment, Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay. So approved, it would be nice to see that have some life and
That's
have
it.
it show the downtown partnership. So it does need some work though. Yeah, yeah, and use the front door, so with that. Okay. At this time, I'm gonna take I'm going to close out the CRA and I'm going to take a 7-minute recess. Thank you all.
Oh, I'm sorry, me too.
Okay, this meeting is back in session. Thank you all for your patience as we do a short little recess. I'm turning it over to you. We're in our public hearing section.
Thank you, Mayor, appreciate that. We're gonna touch on the lien reduction policy resolution, put this together from our last meeting. It was asked that we, as staff, put something together that was a uniform lien reduction policy. In review of that policy, we did strike out any documentation or strict documentation requirements for 14-day compliance. The language in the header and the title is wrong. I've spoken with our legal counsel here about that. But this was really important because, you know, we didn't have a policy in place before. And this resolution adopts formal uniform lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases within our city. The purpose is to create a fair, transparent, and consistent process for reviewing and approving lien reduction requests submitted by property owners who have brought their properties back into compliance. Real quick too, just key elements of this, of course, is establishing our uniform policy, commission authority, and standardized applicant process and administrative provisions.
Okay, and we have a resolution.
Yes, there's a
You
resolution.
want to read the title to, you want to read the title to the resolution?
Sure. So the title, and I'm gonna omit the language that the city manager alluded to regarding the 14-day compliance, which has been removed from the body of the resolution. The title without that provision or section in it would read as follows: a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Crescent City, Florida, adopting a uniform lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases, providing for strict documentation requirements, establishing uniform criteria and procedures, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Commissioners, I need I'll entertain a motion, please. Then we can move on for discussion.
The motion to adopt resolution number 2026-07, to adopt a uniform lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a proper motion by Commissioner Burke and a second by Commissioner Laurie. Okay, commissioners, let's discuss. Any questions?
Yeah, the first question I have is, where did we take the 14-day compliance out?
Well, I can tell you what my suggestions were, and I will tell you that in my book, the paper version I have, the actual guidelines are not with the resolution. So I don't know whether they are in yours or not, but section 1 states the city commission hereby adopts a lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases, including all procedures, eligibility requirements, verification of standards, and criteria set forth therein. A copy of the policy is attached here to as Exhibit A.
Right.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Does not.
And we don't have an exhibit A.
And Exhibit A is it's the crux of the matter. I mean, it's the essence of it. So if maybe we could pass that Exhibit A out, I assume the Exhibit A is critical.
Okay.
Right, I agree.
I think is Exhibit A.
And Exhibit A is in the digital form. I'm not sure if it was not printed out, but that is the lien reduction policy for code enforcement cases, and that just goes
So
through.
is that,
Yes,
Oh, yes.
that is it right there.
So,
and you hyperlink that to everybody, correct?
Yes, it is part of the hyperlinks.
so is that, how do I get to your hyperlink?
You just click.
Because I'm not hyperlinked either.
You just click right
Makes you feel better.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, while they're looking.
I'll make it over mine. I think it's probably, thank you.
And I think what it was is in your book, if you look in your book, it's prior to the resolution, not behind the resolution.
So, if you look at the lien reduction policy, it's a much abbreviated version over what I first reviewed. And, I think while I applaud the desire to be thorough in these, I think that sometimes it's self-defeating if you make it too technical.
Yes.
Just my observation and from experience. There's gonna be an element of subjectivity in lien reductions, no matter what you do. Because you're gonna have to make determinations such as what is financial hardship. You're gonna have to make a subjective determination as to how long is too long for a condition to have existed without it being remedied. So instead of putting very specific guidelines in, and again, I applaud the effort that went into coming up with a very detailed policy. It's not me to decide whether to do it or not, but my observation was, I think that's gonna get very cumbersome.
Okay.
Because depending upon the amount of time, it had a 10% reduction, a 20% reduction, a 30% reduction, 40, and I could see us spending a lot of time deciding whether you're gonna go 10 or 20%. So, instead, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, setting forth the general criteria to be reviewed and providing some procedural specifications and criteria that accomplishes the purpose of trying to make certain that the same criteria or at least subject matter is being discussed each time a request comes before you, without hamstringing you to the point that you feel obligated to go to a particular numerical value of the reduction.
Okay.
And that's where I've seen it done in other places. So blame me as far as taking out some of that the 14 days specifically.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have some questions, Commissioner Lori.
Anyway, it says that all of the cases may not exceed the maximum 90% reduction. I like the fact that it says administrative costs are not eligible for reduction. But I mean, I also think back to a few cases just recently where the administrative costs were just from 10 years ago and not actually, we really didn't really have a way to quantify this administrative costs because we were using numbers from years ago and then numbers from now. And I don't know, it seems like there might be some, it seems like there are going to be some cases in which administrative costs, to me, should be waived because, I mean, in the event that this is something that we've already had a few of them that has happened, that was 10 years ago, the property owner, it's not the property owner that owned it at the time, and they're coming to get the lien, reduced now. Why are we charging somebody administrative costs for something that we screwed up on? That's our fault.
But we might not have screwed up on it. It might have been there for 10 years and it's been in non-compliance for 10 years.
Right.
And then somebody's buying it. I mean, if I was to suggest anything, I would say administrative costs are not eligible for reduction and they should be based on today's value, today's administrative cost value, or however you would do that, because that's what we ran into last time. How do we know how much that person from an administrative?
And remember, the fact that the condition didn't arise as a fault of or at the fault of the person who's now owns the property really isn't a get out of jail free card, because if the lien's recorded, due diligence required you to look on the records and you found that the lien was there. So you bought the property, may have even gotten a reduction in the price based upon the fact that the lien was there. So I agree that I've seen it work, that the fact that the condition wasn't caused by the new purchaser certainly can be a mitigating factor, but it's not a total, in my opinion, it shouldn't result in a total exemption from paying. Exactly.
Exactly, I agree with that too. Yeah.
And I think we need to remember too, that from administrative costs, again, that's costs that the city's incurring, that we're paying.
No, I understand.
And that's taxpayer dollars again.
Yeah, and a lot of,
Because somebody else was, violated those
So
code words.
in Palatka, we established a separate fund with commission approval, and the fines and costs went back into the fund for future enforcement action. And, it's not, lien code enforcement is never a break-even proposition, hardly ever, but at least having a fund there to help defray some of the costs is, it really does help your program move forward. If it costs $7,000, it used to cost $7,000 to tear down a house. I'm sure it costs a lot more now by the time you pay tipping fees and everything, but so much of that you can take out of the general budget.
but I like that idea, Dawn, because, Mr. Holmes, because, especially when we get into like an abatement. Because when you get into it, we got into an abatement and we had to have a dumpster brought in and it was extremely expensive. We had other things that occurred and so it's really cost prohibitive for us to do abatements oftentimes, when they actually should be done. And because we don't have the funding source for
The
that.
abatements also add to the lien, correct?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
And when we have abatement costs, we add those to the lien.
Yeah, absolutely. You do, but you have to advance them up front.
Yeah, we have to pay for it
And
upfront.
you don't get them back until you sell the property.
Understood.
If you sell.
And on section 6, the limitations have abatement costs not eligible for reduction as well.
So we ended up, when we got serious into the PLACA, the commission agreed to give it a $40,000 budget, which they appropriated, and I understand things are relative, but that let us be real about trying to get rid of some of the derelict properties, abate them, put them back on the market, at foreclosure sale and move forward. I understand numbers may not be the same here, but the point I guess I started with was reducing these things to nothing, basically,
There's no punishment for that, I shouldn't call it punishment.
It's not,
it's at least you aren't able to build any kind of fund that.
Yeah, I agree.
Ultimately, we're here to clean up the properties. We want the properties cleaned up. It's not to make money. However, if somebody is neglectful and they're not doing what they should be doing, even after we have tried to go into those actions, then in that case, there needs to be consequences. We've got a house right now that I'm getting phone calls again that we abated, and it is right back to where it is.
Mhm.
The owner is no longer alive. I'm not sure why we haven't done anything, except for the fact the cost that's involved with that. And they're right back to the same activity, and it's not fair to the other homeowners, because typically your home is your largest asset that you have, for the most part. And the value of that should not, I think that we have a responsibility that if it's impacting the value of people's assets, and we're turning a blind eye to it, then,
You're probably familiar with the broken window concept.
yes.
And that relates to both crime as well as property values. So, enough said.
and also, but there's also the health and safety.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that overgrown yards is bad is vermin and, disease and things like that. Besides the property value, it's people's health.
Commissioner DeVito.
If I could, the property that you were just talking about over on,
I just don't say the address.
well, whatever,
Yes.
where it is on the west side of town. One problem that we have with enforcement is homestead property. And I believe the one you're talking about for many years was.
With homestead,
was
it's
homestead.
not any longer, it should not be any longer.
Okay, but then the situation that we're going to be in, it could be in probate, it could be an heir's property now, we don't know the status of it. So if, this is not on the subject of this ordinance, but that might be something for the city to be proactive about and look up the status of where that is. If it's an heir's property, we're gonna have a problem with that as well.
Not really.
Well,
You can foreclose their property just as little as you can.
well, we don't have budgets not right now, but back to the resolution under discussion. I am in agreement with the city attorney about the complexity of the percentage. It's not in this printed folder, it was in another
But the
copy.
new version that you have in front of you, I
Right,
think.
a new copy that I got, but my one concern about this is, most of the lien reduction cases come to us when the owner of the property has an opportunity for a sale. And if city staff is not going to schedule, a hearing before the commission until all this documentation is fully in place, until the file is done, then there are going to be sales that may not occur. The reason we schedule them, sometimes we've, one of the last lien reduction requests that was involved a sale and hardship. the request for lien reduction did not come before us. I mean, the paperwork, the actual paper, until probably the day of the meeting. But the buyer came, yada, yada, yada. I guess what I'm trying to say is, to be very strict on this, to not provide for emergencies or exceptions, we may be frustrating our end purpose. If we have buyers, I mean, most of our lien reductions are for sale, to facilitate a sale.
But I also, I think that it's not that, it should not be scheduled and coming before us until everything is done and together. I mean, I think that's the reason for this. When we get things that are half filled out or half done and half ready, we don't get the chance to review it at all before the meeting. If it's given to us right at the meeting, I don't get, I frankly don't like making decisions like that.
I don't
That's, I
either,
think, the reason.
but we do that to facilitate sales and to alleviate the hardships. And this, I can think of two situations where one of them was a serious hardship and the person needed to get out of state and the buyer probably wasn't going to wait. So we would have just had the property sitting there with the lien in bad condition. And I can see that this could disadvantage us, create a disadvantage and frustrate our ultimate.
So what part are you talking about? Because I believe a lot of that's on staff. So before staff brings something to us, I would feel that they would have that responsibility to make sure that everything is filled out and completed.
Correct.
And we have a full picture of what we're dealing with. So where are you concerned that we need to make some changes? Because I want to move through this.
If you go to section 5, Commissioner, you'll see what we laid out in detail. That anything in bold, no case will be scheduled for commission consideration to the application.
So that means it could take 6 weeks to schedule something because you won't put it on the agenda until it is complete.
So if I could, I think Mr. Vito makes a valid point, in that it may be that you'd want a completely different section, but it would have to have some provisions in it that that assured that if you allowed a prospective buyer to come in and apply for a lien reduction with the authorization of the owner, there'd have to be some specific criteria that guaranteed that the conditions were going to be remedied in a given period of time, with then the conditional reduction in lien dependent upon that. And I don't know how difficult that's going to be for you to enforce. In other words, if someone comes in and there's $100,000, let's take that out. Let's $10,000 worth of liens on property, and they want to make sure those liens are satisfied or reduced as a condition of them buying. You can look at that two ways. They can negotiate that in the purchase price, right? And take the chance that they're going to end up having to pay the $10,000 as part of the purchase price. Where the lien is super high is where the problem comes in. So let's say the lien is $200,000. We should never let one get that high. We should bring it for foreclosure technically before it ever gets to that amount. But as Mr. Vito had indicated earlier, or you did, Mayor, you can't foreclose on homestead property. So that does pose a problem. So if you were going to say that in the event of, or in a situation where you had a lien and you had to decide what the proportional value of the lien was compared to the property, but if you trip that threshold, then you'd allow a prospective purchaser to come in and apply for lien reduction, provided that any reduction would be conditional upon, one, the conditions be remedied within a given period of time, and then two, if that remedy occurs, you would grant a reduction in some particular amount. That is a possibility for you. You understand the concept I'm talking about.
Because this last one that we did would not be eligible because, and none of them, I mean, some of them would not be because it says in here specifically that it would have to have been corrected. Well, we did that one without, it being corrected. The property has no active code violations. Well, that one had not been, that's still not corrected. And they still haven't gone to close. But that would prohibit us from being able to do this. So I do think in some ways, I agree with Commissioner DeVito. There are some good points to this, but they're also tying our hands in some situations because, again, ultimately, we want properties cleaned up.
So this is the standard. This is the standard. It has been traditional that you don't allow someone to come for lien reduction until the condition has been remedied. And you put that burden on the buyer and seller. But this is conventional. But also you're in a little bit less financially sound location. I mean, I'm not being insulting in anything, just making an observation. So hardships, there's more hardships here. So, maybe I could help get Derek write a provision, a separate section in that regard pretty quickly. If that was what your desire was.
My concern is that if we're going to have guidelines, that they facilitate us getting properties cleaned up and as well getting them owned by people who can clean them up and maintain them, which that is a serious issue. I don't think the world is going to fall apart if we table this until the next meeting when the language can be prepared. Because my concern is we have quite a few things on the agenda, some of which are extremely important, one of which is our fire station. And well, there are just quite a few.
We've got a lot on the agenda to get through.
So my suggestion would be that we table it until July and allow the city attorney
Okay,
to
so I
provide
need
that
somebody
language.
to rescind, if that's the wish, I need someone to rescind their motion.
You move the table until date certain.
Rescind it. Okay, so you rescind it in second? Who did the second?
Was it me? All right, yeah, sure.
It's been so long.
Okay, so
I know,
Commissioner
it's been a while.
Burke is rescinding her, and so I need a new motion, please.
I move that we table the lien reduction policy until the July meeting, so that the city manager and city attorney can, come together for some additional options.
Okay, so I have a proper motion by Commissioner Lori to table the resolution. Let's say resolution
2026.
2026-07. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And I have the second by Commissioner Burke. Do we have any further discussion?
And maybe it'll have attachment A on it, or schedule A.
So we'll have it fixed. Yes, we'll bring it to the July
If
meeting.
none, Madam Clerk, if you do a roll call for us, please.
Vice Mayor BJ Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, okay, so table. Okay, let's move on to ordinance number 2026-02. Do you want to read that?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I would like to table this for July as well, for more further review.
Okay. Commissioners?
I move that we can, this is the ordinance.
Yes, 2026-02. This is on our golf cart and motor vehicle, motorized.
I move that we table ordinance 2026-02 until July.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a proper motion by Commissioner Lori and a second by Commissioner Burton. Any further discussion?
I will just say that every day that goes by, I see more and more of these things on the road, passing my house. I mean, I'm serious. No,
I believe the draft that Derek has, for what it's worth, as to golf carts, is very consistent with state statute.
Yes.
I think the question is other stuff.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of looked at it and Tracy and I bought bikes and we bought golf carts, they're all kind of brand new. And so we kind of got into what we really needed to know, okay, to ride these things. And everything changed in 2025. And so, there were new rules that came out and unfortunately, this ordinance wasn't put together using those new rules. They were put together using 2011 rules from what I could see. So I brought that attention to Derek and said, I really don't think you should go forward with this. So it's my fault, being that.
No, that's okay. No, I saw it.
It's gotta be right, it's gotta be done right.
I saw it, and I think, like, we still have the age 14 in there, and I don't think the statute speaks to age, it's just you have to have, a
Learner. There's quite a bit in
so
there
there's
that
some
needs
other
to be-
things, if you're 18 or older, you have to have a proper ID. So there's some things in there that need to be cleaned up. The one thing I do want to say though, as we go forward, when we bring these ordinances, we're advertising these. Okay, there's monies going out, so,
If you continue them to a date certain, you don't have to re-advertise.
okay, we don't have to re-advertise.
Not if you table it to a date
So
certain.
we need to
If you just-
table this to a date certain, so,
That's your motion.
to the next
Right,
meeting.
July.
I have an observation.
Yes.
We talked about keying this to whatever new law it is the legislature adopted, which was that 0382. That I checked, that has been enrolled, but it has not even been sent to the governor. They have, it passed in March, they have not sent it to the governor. So, and it's not very complicated, but I have no idea when they're gonna send that to the governor. He might not deal with it. I mean, once they send it, you can, there's a time starts running. But if it hasn't even gone, we don't know when that will be.
Well, the thing is you may as well move forward with what the new ideas are, because it'll catch up.
To
It'll
July.
just catch up.
So
Yeah,
anyway, so table until July.
so we're tabling it until July.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so we
what was
have a proper motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you would please do. I think Liz is trying to tell us that this is haunting us. So go ahead, Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori.
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, thank you, and we'll see this at the July meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just so thankful mine won't go over 20 miles an hour no matter what I do, no matter how hard I push that.
Someone had a very fancy one on Tuesday, I don't know who that was.
Okay, so we're going to close out our public hearing. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner DeVito.
You mentioned that every time we advertise something, there's an expenditure.
Yes.
So I would just like to make the observation, when we table something, if we're gonna bring it back with changes, usually if we table something on first reading, the city manager or the clerk do not change the text. They bring it back as it was in our book, and then we amend it at the next meeting. If you republish it with the different text, Dawn, doesn't that,
You don't have to re-advertise.
right, so we,
Title is.
I guess what I'm saying is we kind of leave it alone and then we discuss the proposed changes in the next meeting. Is that what we're looking at doing?
You tabled this agenda item.
Yes.
This agenda item won't change as
Right.
it's styled. You tabled it. So
Yes.
this same agenda item will be on your July calendar, and that's why you don't need to re-advertise it.
But
You can make
changes
whatever
can-
modifications you want to then.
Right, but so what I'm saying is I'm hoping that what is in the packet for the July meeting is exactly this text. And then we get together and there will be a separate list of proposed changes. Not already
Doesn't
folded
have to
in.
be, no, we can make changes.
We're
can't
gonna
we?
make the changes and they're gonna be redlined,
Yes,
and then we'll go over what those changes are together.
yes.
They'll be redlined.
There's really
Rather than us
nothing.
have to go
No,
through
there's
and
not.
Okay, well,
each change.
right, but they will be apparent.
They will be very apparent,
Okay,
bold and red.
that's the key. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna close out our public hearing section. Yes, Pam?
She's,
I'm just
not
waiting.
Okay, no, she
Yes.
doesn't have the next
the
item.
owner, so.
Mayor, if I could ask, can we possibly move in business, up the code enforcement above Robert Taylor? The gentleman is here and he's got a long drive.
It's the commission's pleasure to do so.
I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. He's been very patient.
And Mr. Taylor's been very.
And Mr. Taylor's been very patient. Mr. Taylor?
He's promised he's gonna be very brief though, Mr. Taylor has.
Yes.
28 seconds.
He's got it right there. Okay, so we're gonna go, Pam, you're on.
This is, case number 260042, and it has two case numbers, 17-6061-CEB, it's James Allen Senior and Paz ACA Holding LLC, 615 Florida Avenue. It's on the agenda tonight for a lien reduction. I have here, you have it in your packet. When I first cited the property owner, Mr. Allen, I never had any response from him. The property was sold in a tax deed sale to American Premier, I believe, in Texas, and I had no contact with them. Mr. Roberto Paz bought the property in February of this year on a tax deed sale, and he contacted me, and as soon as he found out about the code violations, he brought the property in compliance. You have his lien reduction form in your package, where he's offering to pay the $300 for the time between the day he was notified and the day he brought the property in compliance. And that's what staff is recommending, that you reduce the lien to $300 plus the $55.65 administrative costs that was ordered by the Code Enforcement Board on November 28th of 2017. And Mr. Paz is here if you have any questions for him.
Commission, do we have any questions?
So,
Mr. Allen?
just to be clear, this was, sorry.
Go ahead.
My question was, this property was out of compliance, and the original owners went to tax deed, the new people bought it, still didn't clean it up, and went to another tax, and didn't pay taxes.
Goes on to a tax
And when another
certificate,
tax
does it
deed-
go to a tax certificate or a tax
The
deed?
people that bought from Texas that bought on the tax deed sale did not pay the taxes on it.
That's just funny to me, kind of interesting. But they bought it in the tax sale, and then they wouldn't pay taxes, and then so it went again, okay, so the amount was, it got up to 77,000, is how what this would have been at, and that's what we're reducing it from, or am I mentioning that?
No, yeah, we're reducing it from that, and he's willing to pay the $300.
After he was notified to the date that it was recommended.
Right, plus the administrative cost of 55, yes, less.
I have two pictures here of the property
Oh, yeah.
taken in 2017 and 2022. And the people that bought it in the tax deed sale did nothing to maintain it.
Well, we're right across the street from there.
And then pictures here taken May 13th, 2026, and May 14th, where Mr. Paz had the property maintained, and it mowed and maintained. He didn't take down any of the trees either.
That's right. Wasn't that right there by the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we trying to do here?
It's across
He wants
the
$300 plus 50.
He wants to pay $300 from the time that he bought it, that he was unaware that it was out of compliance, plus the administrative cost.
Is it in compliance now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We just bought it yesterday as well.
You just mowed it yesterday?
I think he mowed his
On
neighbors
April
too.
8th, and then again yesterday.
You may,
It sounds bad, man. You know,
Yeah, because we were actually standing right across
like
the
you
street
just
from
did
that.
it for this meeting.
We were right across the street there on Tuesday. That was just funny.
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized for a motion before he speaks.
Sure, if you got it for.
So, thank you. I would like to move that we accept the recommendation of the special magistrate and we reduce the lien on 615 Florida Avenue to a total amount of $355.65. That being the fine lien to $300 plus the administrative costs, provided that it is paid within 30 days of today's date on or before July 11th, 2026.
I have a proper motion.
Second.
I have a proper motion by Commissioner DeVito for staff recommendation and a second by Commissioner Corey. Do we have any further discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, no, we thank you, and I know your neighbors are appreciative too, and I think you even took care of some of the neighbors' yards too, didn't you?
On the first run, yes.
On the first one.
On April 8th, yesterday, we rectified and only did my portion.
Okay, Well, I know
Also
that,
prepared to pay today as well,
Okay.
just to get it all taken care of.
and we appreciate your time and the time that you've spent here tonight with us. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience. And thank you for taking care of that property. We look forward to hopefully you're gonna build there and you're gonna be a resident here in Crescent City. That's a beautiful piece of
We'll
property.
beautify it for sure.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of property.
Is that your plan, is to build a home for yourself or build?
Not for ourselves at the moment, potentially to have a place to go on the weekends, right? And then go from there, yeah.
It's a beautiful location.
We like that, the homestead.
Okay, great.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna ask you to please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, okay, so approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I need to
Appreciate it.
sign, Pam, I think, do you have a form for me to sign once
Oh,
you can
Sharita
finish
has
this up? If you wanna hand it to me and I'll take care of it while we continue. Okay, now we're gonna go to Mr. Robert Taylor.
Okay, you got 23 seconds, isn't that what it was on today?
28.
Oh, 28.
28.
Don's on the 28th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the schematic design documents for the new fire station for the city of Crescent City. That's the right one. All right, what Pam has put on the board is the first sheet of the documents, which is a summary of what we were planning to present tonight. And in view of the time, I'd like to kind of give you the Reader's Digest of them. Think I can do that?
You can scroll and change the. Does anybody get the Reader's Digest anymore? I remember that.
They do, my mother did, my mother did.
Really?
Okay.
Didn't know that.
They were really great.
I'm sorry.
Reader's Digest was.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, so let's do.
The first item is the summary of the work that was prepared originally back in the 2nd of April and modified again a couple times. It's contained in your packet. It's dated 28 May 2026. This is the summary of the work that was produced and edited and refined through several meetings with the city manager, the fire chief, the assistant fire chief, and several of the firemen in the fire station. So I wanted to let you know that it's been refined and it is a significant part of the drawings that you'll see tonight. I'm going to come back to the available cost reductions and site utilities in just a minute. The drawings that are included in your packet are schematic design, but you can see that they're detailed and have been accomplished through a lot of work by us and our consulting engineers. I would highlight the drawing A1.5, which is the current floor plan, if you'd like to look at that. And I'll look at that in just a minute. Item 3 on the narrative talks about each engineer has submitted an overview of what the scope of his discipline includes. And again, they're very detailed about what they would provide and that they are planning to accomplish within this project. Item 4 is a survey that was prepared by NV5 and is included in your packet as one of the documents. The geotechnical exploration is in process and that is expected in just a few weeks. It will be necessary for building design, site water retention, and some other elements. Item 6 are options and opportunities, which I did want to highlight for the city to save money. One of those is direct purchase, and we'll talk to the city attorney about options that could be included in the bidding documents that would allow us to do that. I assume there are no prohibitions on the part of a construction contract to direct purchase.
For the city to purchase.
Yes.
And take advantage of also the tax.
Tax reduction.
At that point. There's no, you can do that, yes, of course.
Very good.
You've done that, I'm sure, in some of your projects before.
Yes, we've done that a lot with the county and with the city, and it does save money, and it is a good idea. Page 2, let's see if I can get page 2, there you go. I'm not gonna go through all of these, but I wanted to tell you that the original concept provided for 3 apparatus bays. And we were not able to include all 3, but what we did include is 2 plus an added alternate for the 3rd one. So if money is available, we'll be able to buy that with the documents that we produced, excuse me, at this time. We've also included an alternate to provide for an extended overhang, which you can look for in the drawings on A1.5. We're gonna use faux stone instead of a concrete block. We're doing some subtle things to the building construction to save costs. Alternate number 3 is a source capture system for the apparatus bay. When the vehicles are running, perhaps charging batteries or being ready to start, they give off carbon monoxide. The source capture system, we understand, is gonna cost about $60,000, which we'd love to include, but again, it'll be budget driven, okay? I'm gonna move on now to page 3. And item 8 on page 3 is significant. Because of the site work, and one of the things I'll show you on the cost projection was a significant part of the project. We compared it to what the county did at the Hawthorne Fire Station, and they bid the site work separate from the building, which we think is a good idea. We talked to City Manager Martin about doing that, and are prepared to provide 2 separate documents. The benefit of this is that you can save some costs. Typically, the general contractor will hire a site work contractor and add overhead and profit and so on, and that just increases the cost. So by doing 2 separate projects, or contracts rather, I'm sure it will save us some money. The other thing we wanted to look at is getting certain work accomplished by the city, like Crescent City Natural Gas can do that work out of sequence with reference to the construction contract at its convenience, basically, and be ready, provide the source to the site and for the final connections to be made by the contractor. Similarly, Public Works may be able to do site clearing and grading. There's a lot of, earthen mounds and construction debris on the site which they could remove. The fire department, Chief Reiser says his crew is able to do the earth moving equipment, and I'm of the opinion, City Manager Martin, that we can apply those costs to this project because it would be a definite expense and something that we could, again, save overhead and profit, and our liability would be the equipment cost.
Yeah, and we've already chipped a lot of the debris and hauled it off.
Yeah.
Already.
I haven't been to the site, but that's a great thing. Thank you.
Commissioner DeVito?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Taylor, I'm not really sure I understand on item number 8, where you're saying city departments can perform certain other cost reduction services. For example, so when the city natural gas company installs those gas lines, are they being paid at all out of the grant?
It's my opinion that you can pay for these services within the grant because they're being used to accomplish the fire.
Okay, so I was not clear with the wording.
Yeah.
We are being paid through the grant because normally with gas company, for example, all the departments, the enterprise departments get paid. You know, we pay for our water, nothing is free with enterprise, but you're saying they will be paid for their cost.
That would be my opinion
But it
and
would
desire.
be direct, it would not go through the larger contractor.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. So money is flowing for reimbursement.
That's
Well,
my
wait a
understanding.
second, I want to piggyback on that. Have you verified that with the state?
We're in the process of that right now.
Okay, so I think that's the key ingredient right there, because, we need assurance that we can do this, that is part, that they will approve that, so any of those costs involved. So,
And I agree, Mayor, and Commissioner DeVito. I think these are things that we would like to get cleared up and approved as we proceed into the next phase, which will be design development. And we can accelerate the work and hopefully save a lot of costs. Similarly, we had mentioned the utilities, clearing and grading, Public Works. Harris indicated that there might have been some buried debris. He was going to try to excavate and remove that.
Yes.
We're deleting the helipad from this particular project just because of expense. And some other things that we're planning to do. It's a consideration for the landscaping and irrigation may be reduced or even eliminated according to the Land Development Code at the discretion of the City Commission and the City Manager.
To
It's in the budget.
eliminate landscaping?
The landscaping and irrigation
Heavy is the,
is the discretion. It's in our contract and it's something we will do and could even be accomplished by an addenda if you wish. So if money's available, we do it. There are certain things we've got to do. The water management requires that we stabilize the soil and sow seed and plant grass and things like that. The land development code has a specific requirement for trees and shrubbery and buffers and things that are above and beyond the minimum requirements. That's just something we can do. Okay? And again, I already mentioned this, Alan Taker is my civil engineer, and he said that he would be happy to do that. Separate the two contracts. So, let's see, ma'am.
So I just, real fast before
Yes,
we
ma'am.
finish, and not for you, Mr. Taylor, but for Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, I guess what I'm hearing is the fire department is, their staff, he's got his staff, are they doing that? When are they doing that? And that they're helping with this as well. And then our staff is already, I mean, especially in our public works, I mean, right now our medians, I mean, they are over, we know that there's issues, so when are they going to fit this in? Is this something that,
in the timetable that we have before any type of heavy construction or contract, which right now we're on a pretty aggressive schedule to have this work completed and out for bid by the end of this fiscal year. We anticipate a contract being completed and executed with a contractor sometime in the first quarter, hopefully by February. Between now and then, we've already started the work. In between, we've already had a chipper company come out, and we combined it with other debris removal, as you all remember from our tree canopy. At that time, we went ahead and told Keith, we have the machines, let's go ahead and grind all this stuff up out here. We got a lot of it already hauled out and hauled off. We're separating those bills, so when we get the direction from the state on how to go after that. I was told in a preliminary conversation with the state, any and all work that is done for the fire station is reimbursable under the grant. So I just haven't asked if we do,
well,
if we
you probably
still
want to get
perform.
that in writing.
I'm gonna get it in writing, yes, ma'am. But, to answer the question, there's ways we can do it without taking away from the regular everyday duties that they have. We're just gonna have to time it right.
Okay, I just know we're in a growing season and they're stressed as it is. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
City Manager Martin and I talked about this, and that is our goal, is to try to get this thing bid and awarded before the end of the year.
Okay,
So this is a document that I have flagged in your documents. It has a yellow post-it note. And at the top, it says cost options versus Hawthorne Fire Station. What we did after visiting Hawthorne Fire Station, I got cost information from J.R. Grimes, the Assistant County Administrator, and he provided separate costs for the building and for the site. In the first part, you can see that the building costs about $275 a square foot. In the second paragraph, he's talking about developing 2.5 acres, which they bid, and their bid price was $520,000. They were able to perform that same amount of work for $300,000. The cost savings by doing that is rather significant. If we can accomplish this new building, I added a 5% overhead. Based on 7,000 square feet, we'll be looking at a building cost of about $2 million. That's the third paragraph. Fourth paragraph, site utility costs. What I did, I averaged the site costs between what was bid and what they actually did. And our site costs were about $164,000 per acre. And we thought we would develop about 2.5 acres for an additional $410,000. Adding all that together, AE engineering, geotech, civil engineering, landscaping, $2.736 million. What City Manager Martin and I had talked about is considering this additive alternate for bay number 3. And if we delete that additive alternate, it gives us a cushion of about $308,000. So without additive alternate number 1, the building cost is projected at this time to be about $2.4 million. At the culmination of the schematic design phase, I had authorized our cost estimating contractor, Steve Black, to do a more detailed estimate based on these drawings and the narrative that we have. And by the time we meet again, hopefully around 9 July, we'll have that information and we can say, hey, this is a more comfortable cost projection, all right? Are there questions about the first part of the packet? If not, let me see this, can I go back?
Looks to me like we reduced the actual interior space and we increased the, the bay space. So I guess that's still sufficient to accommodate, the ambulance and the ambulance staff, is that correct?
Chief Riser is not happy with that.
That's not,
Yeah.
he's not he's not the decision maker here.
Well, what we tried to do, Mayor, is, I'm bringing that drawing right now. This building right here, you see where the cursor is? That includes 2 truck bays, plus the living quarters and the showers and the kitchen and the restroom and ancillary functions. This 3rd bay will be bid as an alternate. This is the guy right here, okay? And what I did for the drawings, I separated that out because not just architectural, but there'll be structural, mechanical, plumbing, and so on that goes in that 3rd bay.
And that 3rd bay was to go into that. Is that what he's considering for if we have cost of, if we have monies available for the ambulance?
Yes, yeah, he would,
Okay.
yeah.
What about inside, in the interior for the ambulance staff to be in there?
Per our last meeting, he agreed, and that's in the summary of the words, that 2 of the dorm rooms would be for EMS facility, EMS use.
Mr. Martin?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, I'm gonna be, but that is not his call.
No.
That's not his call. If we recall, when we went to the legislature, it was for an ambulance. And the first part of this project, project number 1, the first $1 million was to build an ambulance bay. Okay, so there needs to be a strong understanding that that's what we were doing, is we were bringing the ambulance into the city of Crescent City. Okay, so I understand that he's got some ideas of how he would like this to go. However, that was what we sent to the legislature, and that's what they first part, phase 1 of this project was for an ambulance. So I don't know how come we're veering off of that.
I don't feel that we're veering off.
I feel like we are if the third bay is not necessarily for the ambulance.
Double bays too.
They
Well, I know they're double bays.
They are double bays. We extended them out to 100 feet long, so you can have back to back. We assumed that if the ambulance was coming, which is what we had talked about, they would be able to fit in one of these. We have talked about the round robin, being able to park in the front and have the utilization of how it's designed to be able to move around if needed.
We
But
didn't talk about it, we agreed to it,
correct,
okay? We all agreed for the ambulance.
correct.
And I'm not at you, but I'm just saying that right now,
Yes, ma'am.
who's controlling this?
We are, the city commissioner.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanna make
So
sure.
we are,
Okay, I just wanna make
100%.
sure.
Mayor,
Yes,
if I could,
yes,
to speak to that point.
yes.
I have been very uncomfortable about your process that we used to decide first the location, and then it was said, well, we won't decide what to build until we have the location, because that will dictate what we can build. I was very uncomfortable with that process because this information that Mr. Taylor is bringing us now, and I understand he has his reasons, and the chief had his reasons. The information now that estimates the cost, what would seem more logical to me and would do what you said, put the commission in control, would have been to list the elements needed in order of priority and put rough costs to them so that we could see where we were. I realize we're in this and we have to do the best we can, but that was the reason that I thought we should do this in a different order with specific goals first for all the specific elements and try to cost those out, because it's apparent to me that what staff said they wanted, and we said, go ahead and go for it, is bumping well up against our budget. And because we're talking about, I mean, one of the reasons that we went to the old 17 Junction Road site owned by the city was because I think it would accommodate a helipad in part it was because we owned it. Anyway, I just wanted to explain why I had those concerns. But my second concern is, I am getting very nervous about the cost of this and how we're going to get to where you think we need to be and get what is going to accomplish our goal.
And I'm not concerned about that, Commissioner DeVito, and I quite honestly, with a lot of this, we don't have the expertise. So we have to rely on Mr. Taylor. He doesn't have the expertise, we rely on Mr. Taylor. And so I just want to make sure that, I mean, he doesn't. I mean, we have to rely on Mr. Taylor because that's what he does and that's his expertise.
Yes.
And so, and you have done, thank you. And your patience through the years has been. What my concern is, because he needs to be making these recommendations to us, and we're at that point now where it has to be brought back to us. What my concern is that we put in a legislative request. I stood there and I stated on behalf of this commission that this was for an ambulance, so that we could bring the ambulance into Crescent City, okay? And so now you're telling me that the fire chief is uncomfortable and is not in support of that. And so as we build this out, there might not necessarily be that bay available because we will have expended those monies.
See, and I remember that there was supposed to be an ambulance as well, you know, they're really, it's all supposed to be all encompassing, everything's supposed to be right there.
Right.
And when I looked at this, I kind of saw the same thing, you know, I thought there's supposed to be 3 days. I thought the ambulance was supposed to be here, and I agree with the mayor, it's like, what happened here? That's all.
So that's, I mean, so as we go forward, you know, but I trust that we have, and Mr. Taylor, I know you and I have had this conversation since day one. First, it was, we have $1 million. We will not go over $1 million.
Yeah,
they were so generous, the legislature so generous and the governor to give us an additional so that we could actually have in Crescent City a working fire department, and fire station that's safe for those. And he's given us $3 million. We will not go over $3 million. We can't.
Correct.
We can't.
And as we move forward in the process, and I've been on this side, on the estimating side, I can tell you that we have a good set of plans and schematics, and the number's gonna tighten up. The number that was utilized is a best guess, worst case scenario. So I feel confident that the numbers are gonna tighten up, and we're gonna have a better buffer. The reason that I had instructed Mr. Taylor, of course, to pull this out as an ad alternative was to have the contractors basically sharpen their pencil on that piece. I think we're gonna get it, it's gonna be fine, we have 100-foot base, and we're gonna have an ambulance in that station.
2 other comments, if I may.
That's a nice thing to say, but that's not what's being shown here.
Yes, sir.
The summary of the work that I included that we kind of skipped over is a detailed 6 pages long of what's included in the fire station. And it does identify that 2 of those dormitories will be allocated for the EMS team. The bags themselves are long enough, they're 74 feet. Right now, I think the longest vehicle they have is like 38 feet. So we envision that the vehicle, the apparatus station will be double loaded. You could put an ambulance here, a pump truck here, and similarly here. You could put 2 vehicles in each bag, okay? This alternate number 2 is an extended overhang where their bush vehicles and other vehicles that are not quite so important would have shading and protection from the rain. So we're trying to give the city the greatest opportunity for these facilities. And I have refined the scope of the work or the summary of the work several times to make sure that you're aware of the changes we made. As a matter of fact, on the 28 May issue, I added things in red and struck through the things, and so you can still read them, what we deleted. So, yeah, I'm trying to be as transparent about the changes that we're making, so the city commission can have confidence where we're going.
Thank you, and this is extremely detailed. And I know this was stuff that, I mean, that people, you don't even think about, so thank you for all the details. I mean, you've got everything in here, down to the faucets.
Right.
You know, I appreciate that, but it looks like we've gone down from 8 dormitory rooms to 6, and we feel like 6, with 2 of those being for the EMS, that we would still be sufficient for 4 with 4 dormitory rooms. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Martin?
There's more offices in that we've talked about that can be utilized for both, but you're correct.
These 2 spaces, if you look at this, these are offices. There's another office, this would be the main office where the chief and the dispatch would occur. This room is dedicated as a tool and storage room. This room is for medical facility, medical storage. So the 6 rooms in the middle, basically, that one, all those are dorm rooms, yes, Ms. Burke?
Yeah, it looks like we're playing basketball in the day room. How come that thing's so huge?
That's
I mean, it's a huge space.
That's where they,
where they spend all their time.
yeah.
Well, it's
No,
not
I'm just curious, you know.
it's not just a day room, it's a training room.
Okay.
It's a place where they can relax and socialize, and, you know, they're 24 on and 48 off, I understand how they work, so it's a full-time facility.
And their kitchen is in that room too.
Yeah, there's the
Considered
kitchen.
in
Well,
that.
no, the kitchen's got its own space.
No, it's big.
And it, really, let's see, I don't have the current life safety plan, but, it's fairly precise.
It looks very huge.
Okay, I just, throughout this whole thing, and I've heard that several times, and I apologize that I got, that I was as strong as I was with that, but we've got to land this, that an ambulance, that's the whole purpose.
Yes.
That we went to the legislature, and we have to help with uphold, you know, what we told them. But any other, do we have any other questions? Anybody?
Well, I just want to say, Mr. Taylor, this is great work, and we appreciate the fact that you're willing to work with us.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I said, I appreciate the fact that you're willing to work with us and continue working on this project as you already have for several years. We know you're the best that there is around at this, and so thank you for putting up with us.
Thank you, Commissioner Corey.
He has the patience of Job.
Yes.
And my understanding is that DEP gave us the approval, that they
Yes.
did approve to be able to use that site.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, not my first choice to, but again. Okay, do we have anything else? He needs an approval from us. Do you want to?
Mayor Myers, if I may.
Schematic design approval?
You need a
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
I need a motion.
I move that we approve the schematic design, that Mr. Taylor has presented, and that we move forward.
We have the proper motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second
So we have a proper motion by Commissioner Laurie and a second by Commissioner Burton to approve the schematic design as presented by architect Robert Taylor on our fire station. Do we have any further discussion? Yes,
I'd
Commissioner
like to be
DeVito.
recognized for a comment. I think the discussion tonight points up that a different process in setting our goals and going about in the design and site selection could have benefited us. That we would not be here tonight whittling things down and asking questions the way we are. And as well, I just want to say for the record that I am very disappointed that the $3 million to accommodate an ambulance has taken our entire fire station out of the center of the city in proximity to most of the residents and is taking it to the very south end in a much more remote, less central, unwalkable area. So we are where we are, but that is a great disappointment, and I wish we had thought this through in a little more deliberative process with goals and objectives.
Hold on. Commissioner DeVito, I just want to say that it wasn't the ambulance that caused that because we had the ambulance station planned right here for $1 million and it was, an attachment to our current fire station. It was the whole fire station and all.
Whatever it was, the process we have followed, I don't think it was the best process we could have followed, and it was not particularly deliberative on part of the commission. So,
Mr. DeVito,
that's my thought.
we considered 4 different sites.
Right, I know, and I'm talking about process. I did not care for the process by which we selected the sites, and we selected the sites before we went over in detail and said what our priorities were. I'm just saying that's my opinion. I would not have designed the process that way.
Okay, thank you.
That's my
Thank you for sharing that. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have any other comment? Do we have any public comment? Open the public comment.
I'm happy with where it is.
Thank you. With that, let's do a roll call if you would, please. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. So approved, Mr. Taylor. Again, we greatly appreciate your patience too. Please be safe going home. I just wonder if Mr. Holmes put money on that 28 second.
I've known Bob for a long time. I would have never put money on 28.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna move on to, if you would please, Mr. Martin, if
Yes,
you would
ma'am.
please,
Thank
FDEP in kind. Oh, we've got the
It's
MOU.
MOU, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So in front of you, you have our 2026 memorandum of understanding between Crescent City and Putnam County for disaster debris removal. Stephen Turnipseed had requested that I bring this to you all. The purpose of this, of course, is to provide you guys an overview. The MOU formalizes the debris removal responsibilities between the city and Putnam County following declared disaster events. It formalizes longstanding practice and grants Putnam County the legal authority to conduct storm-related debris removal on city-maintained roads after a declared disaster. This authority is required for FEMA and FDM eligibility and reimbursement. This MOU aligns with FEMA Public Assistance Program Policy Guide, Category A, debris removal, and meets statutory requirements under Section 40370-718 Florida statutes.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion, please, and,
Could I be recognized?
yes, Commissioner DeVito.
I move that we approve the 2026 memorandum of understanding for debris removal on city-maintained roads following disaster events as presented by the city manager.
Okay, we have a proper motion by Commissioner DeVito. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a proper second. Do we have any discussion?
My question looking through this, I understand kind of the reason behind it. I do know that I was the only one here that was serving in 2004 when we were struck by 2 hurricanes. At the time, we took care of all of this ourselves, but we didn't have any of these things in place. It was literally chaos. I mean, trying to get off, of course, because everybody else in the state had been struck as well, and trying to get all the stuff off the ground, and then 2 weeks later, having the second hurricane bearing down on us, it was a mess. I know, for the last, 2 years ago, we had.
Same situation.
Right, but
Yes.
we had Waste Pro basically pick up our, all of our
No,
stuff, wasn't it?
that was the county.
That was the county.
That was
But
the
this-
county.
but
They
this-
contracted for that.
But putting this in place will have us ready to go. God forbid something happens, which is not gonna happen this year.
Yes.
Knock on wood. It
If
is-
we don't have this in place, then
Then
it
have-
would be our responsibility.
No, I'm all for it. Trust
And
me.
everything is done through FROC now with FDM. We're not FROC certified.
Can you tell us what FROC is?
FROC is part of FDM. They actually don't have the acronym does not mean anything. It is F-ROC. It's a reporting module through FDM. And that is for recovery. It's for recovery after storm. But we are not certified, and so the county is, and it makes the paperwork a lot easier. If we have to get involved, and I talked to Tennessee about this, if we have to get involved utilizing our trucks, our guys, they will give us the mechanism for reporting to them, and then we will get reimbursed our costs as well. So it's a team effort. They're
Because
handling,
they're most likely we
they're
will be
handling
helping
the
out,
paperwork.
right?
And we do that anyway
Right.
with our guys when they have to do any of the debris removal, which they do go in and clear the streets and do everything that they need to. And then we keep up with their hours, correct?
Correct,
And we submit that.
correct.
No, in 2004, it was way too big for us to handle by ourselves at all. It was a big mess. And then we had to wait 2.5 years to get money back from.
For the money back.
Yes.
That's the,
And we had
that's
to take out an $800,000 loan from the.
They've already gone through the trouble of getting their disaster recovery area mapped and pre-approval and all of that's done, so it's all ready to go.
hence why we have the $1 million reserve is because
No,
of
no,
that.
exactly, yes,
So,
that's why. Yeah.
okay, any other questions? If not, Madam Clerk, if you please do a roll call for us.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
I,
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye, okay, so
I
approved.
just want to ask, do we have to sign this every year, or is this going to be?
It's yearly,
Annual.
yes, sir, it's
That's
annual.
what I just- I figured with the date on it, it was fine.
That's what Mr. Turner said.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we're gonna move on to our, FDEP, do you wanna?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is more of a settlement, that's what I put in there in parentheses, settlement. This is authorizing the city to move forward with contract for installation of a motorized security gate. As you all know, we were given documentation from FDEP on some of our wells that had hit nitrogen, or not nitrogen, I'm sorry, what is it? Nitrates, that's right, sorry, thank you. And so they had a long consent order. We were able to negotiate that down to a short consent order. That consent order was for $10,000. We've been tasked to come up with, one of the things we can do is either pay the $10,000 and get nothing for it, or come up with an in-kind project. We submitted a couple projects to them. They came back and denied those projects because they deemed them on the maintenance side of things. So the last project that we had submitted looks as if I've gotten a level 1 clearance approval. I have to get finalization approval from their supervisor, but right now would be a security gate, a mechanized security gate. And the project costs us around $13,000 plus electrical, which would get us around the $15,000 mark. As you all know, we put $15,000 into our budget last year for this specific purpose. I'm just asking approval if their supervisor does give me an approval letter for me to move forward and get that job done.
Mayor, I have a question.
Okay,
So you want this to be contingent on approval?
Contingent on approval, yes, ma'am, from the FDEP.
And then another question I have is, I see here there's a proposed motion that says the account it should come from, but it doesn't say, where is that account? Like, is that,
what is
It's
that
under-
account?
That account is under wastewater.
Yeah, under wastewater.
okay, so it's in the wastewater portion of the budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mayor, may I be recognized for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I'm reading off staff's recommendation. I move to authorize city staff to purchase and install a new motorized security gate at the wastewater treatment facility from Loman Fence Company in the amount of $13,720 to be funded from the wastewater budget account number 403-035-535-3491-00, contingent on this being approved by,
FDEP.
right, by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection as our, what is it, as our,
In kind.
in-kind, what is it?
Short consent order.
Right, as the, right, as approved to comply with the consent order.
I'll second that.
And we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, my concern is you got in here 13,720, and that's what we're approving, and then you have plus electric.
Yes,
So you're gonna get a gate with no electric right now. That's what we're only approving, the 13,720.
Yes, ma'am, and the the budget impact, if you scroll up, proposed approval is $1,280. We just need to run the conduit. We have power out there.
That's not what we're approving though.
Right. I want approval for the full $15,000, and that should cover our costs.
Okay, that's not what the motion was.
The motion was for 13.
That's how it was,
And that's
yeah.
what-
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Right.
The motion
It
says.
says Kensley.
Sorry, I'm
I'm sorry about that.
She's right.
So you've got a motion, you have to have electric in order to run an electric fence.
Okay, so the motion needs to be for $15,000.
$15,000.
Okay, so we need to spend 10.
Well, we have to spend the 15,000. That is
We
one
have
and a half times the
15,000 is what
10,000.
they require.
Yes.
Because it's gotta be,
Basically, what he's saying is you either pay $10,000 or you benefit by paying $15,000 and you get a project out of it.
Correct.
Got it.
10,000 would be lost, you know.
Right.
Not into the ether. Yes.
right.
So I would like to amend my motion to substitute the amount of $15,000 in lieu of $13,720.
Second,
Okay, we have a proper motion, second. Do we have any further discussion?
does the staff time to work on it, does that count towards the value of it?
I'm sorry, sir.
Is the staff time and the effort, the cost of the staff? I was just wondering. I
Yes,
just want to make sure you get over that 15,000 threshold.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call for us, please.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers,
Aye.
so approved.
So approved, thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you. The next is RFQ, Employees Benefits Brokerage and Consulting Services. The city, Crescent City, of course, upon approval, will issue an RFQ to procure a qualified firm to serve as its city's employee benefits broker and consultant, acting as the city's agent of record and strategic advisor for design, implementation, evaluation, and ongoing management of the city's employee benefits program. The intent is to enhance cost effectiveness, ensure regulatory compliance, improve employee education, and support long-term human capital objectives. I'm looking to move forward, get this RFQ out, and get some qualified companies to make a decision to move forward so we can bring better benefits at a better cost for our employees.
And
So in English, what is this about? I'm sorry.
we ran into this last year, remember?
We did
This
put
is
it
in order
proper.
to get bids for our
Right.
insurance and
And
our
Okay,
and since,
okay,
and since we are in our budget
benefits
season,
package.
You had Brown and Brown come and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
correct,
So now we're doing it the right way.
Okay.
we're doing it the right way.
Mayor, could I ask for clarification here?
Sure.
Just to make sure I understand, I asked the city manager this previously. So this is for the employee benefits portion of our insurance, not for the overall liability insurance?
You're correct, ma'am.
Okay. And you're anticipating that we might save money?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's not just about saving money, but it's about getting better quality
Right.
And
products.
for our employees.
Correct.
Mayor, if I may, it's my
Yes.
understanding that we need to be concerned about saving money from this point forward.
But we also need to be concerned about taking care of our employees,
Yeah, and making sure that they're getting the benefits that,
which
Okay.
goes hand in hand, I believe. Well, I move that we approve the RFQ. Yes, the RFQ for the employee benefit brokerage and consulting services. Sorry, I have a headache.
It's okay. Okay, we have a proper motion. Do we have a second?
I say.
Okay, I have a proper motion from Commissioner Maury and a proper second from Commissioner Moore. Do we have any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call for us, please?
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
so approved.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, Mayor Myers.
Aye, thank you so much. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the new banner purchase.
Thank you, Mayor, appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. All right, so new banner purchase. As you all know, our banners are getting old. They don't have as much pop as they used to. We have plenty of money in a few of our line items. I've given you all the accounts for each of our CRAs looking to utilize funds. Please don't think I'm gonna spend all of that money out of there. This is just an example to show you what monies we have in there currently for each CRA, central, north, and south. What I'm looking to do is spend up to around $10,000, and this would be to include, new banners for Central and for Summit. So we would have large banners up to $150 each for Summit, and the small banners that you see on Central, those are around $70 to $90 each. We need new seasonal ones, and we need new ones that showcase our city.
The ones that are white now, because the yellow has faded.
Yes, they
Some
are
are
faded.
faded. I mean, we've had those now for
4 years.
4 years, is that
Yes.
how long?
It's been a little while.
I think for about 4 years.
The historic preservation ones are great, but that's, we only use them for a month.
And so we've got 30 up and down Central. How many do we have up and down Summit? Do we-
I'm still waiting for Keith to give me a count.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. All right. You're going to bring back the approval of whatever design and the colors?
All of
I
them.
would like to see the colors schematics, because the last.
Yes, they have standardized ones, but I believe we've ordered some of those before, standardized. If you look at the ones that have flowers for the springtime, those
Yeah.
are standard. I can bring it back. I really would like to have just a few hours workshop, really, to bring a few designs to you all, so we can, make some decisions
I
on
think
it.
the biggest thing is gonna be the designs up and down Summit.
Set on Summit, yes.
Yeah.
I
I think
agree.
the sunrise sunset thing was a great idea. That yellow just,
The yellow just never pops, so we really need something that when people are driving through town, that catches their attention.
I agree.
When you drive through other communities, those, just really pop.
I agree. I agree.
I mean, I designed the business colors.
Yeah. They have the company that does that, he's got the, all the stuff, that company actually does that, the banner company.
Yes, the same banners that we've ordered before. We've ordered several banners.
So what you're asking us approval for tonight is to purchase the new banners that are,
Sorry.
Yes, I'm asking for approval to purchase the new banners along Central, North, and South, utilizing those line items not to exceed $10,000 in total value. But I do need to get the count. However, I would like to have a workshop just to get the designs, just finalize the designs.
Okay.
And I can start working with the sales team to get a better deal now, knowing that we have approval.
Isn't something the CRA board would have to approve?
possibly, because you're taking this out of CRA funds, right? Yeah, so you're
Okay.
taking it out of CRA funds, yes.
Sorry, no.
No, it's-
That's okay. I mean, I can open and shut if we want to.
You
I
don't
mean,
have
I
to
can,
go.
yeah,
Yeah.
y'all want to
I mean,
do
that
that?
would-
Is that
that
what
would make
everybody
me
wants to
feel
do so we can get this and move on? Okay, I'm gonna recess our current commission meeting. I'm gonna open up our CRA meeting. We now sitting as a CRA board. This is CRA funds that we're looking to approve. Do I have can I entertain a motion from anyone?
Can I get a cost again, what we,
10,000.
10,000 total?
no more than
No more than
10,000
10,000,
total.
okay.
Yeah.
So I move that we authorize the city manager to make preparations to spend up to $10,000 total from the Central North and South CRA budgets under the signage, wayfinding and improvement project line items for new banners on Central and Summit Street. Central Avenue and Summit Street.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a proper motion and second. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call for us, please?
Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori,
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito,
Aye.
Mayor Myers.
Aye. Okay,
So approved. So approved.
so approved. Thank you. I'm gonna close out our CRA and open back up our regular scheduled meeting. Let's move on.
Okay, next is the lawsuit discussion, in-house representation or outside counsel, direction to proceed. I had sent this, or put this in here prior to finding out that, we made a little boo-boo, in-house as far as timeliness of getting this over to our legal counsel. I've instructed staff to make sure that any and all future documentation that needs to go to law, or addresses something within the law goes to a counsel as well, even if they're going through their channels at MIT. I was in a conference when we received the notification from FMIT that they would not be handling the case. Upon my arrival back in town, of course, catching up, it did not take the front seat, but we did get it over to our legal counsel, who then reviewed it and said, hey, when did you get this? And we were a little bit behind the eight ball, and if you'd like to take over from that, I appreciate it.
This is a suit that was filed, and you were served with a summons that required you to respond within 20 days. I think, as I understand what happened, it was forwarded to FMIT. And they, at some point, rejected coverage. It's a contract dispute, not a liability claim. Maybe been some confusion on the part of staff. In any event, maybe it was assumed that FMIT was going to contact the plaintiff's lawyer and ask for an extension of time with them to file an answer. I don't know any of that. When I received the lawsuit, the 20 days had already expired and a motion for default had been filed and had been granted. So a default, technically, the definition of a default is that it admits all of the allegations of the complaint as being true, and puts the defendant behind the eight ball. I filed a notice of appearance immediately for the purpose of making sure that there was someone of record that would receive copies of any further pleadings that were filed, including a pleading for default judgment or damages. And I sent an email to the plaintiff's attorney asking if they would be willing, explaining that there had been confusion and it was excusable neglect, in my opinion, and asking if they would agree to set aside the default, and they have not responded at all. So my next step would be to file a motion to the court to ask the court to set aside the default. If the court grants that motion, then you're back at a point where you can defend the case on the merits. If the court doesn't grant that motion, then you're going to be significantly disadvantaged in the lawsuit. This was a suit regarding, I think, some financial services, Clarion, that I think you are all familiar with, or maybe you are all familiar with. I don't know. This was before I myself was coming through your meetings. It may have been touched upon in some meeting, but I guess this was during your previous city manager, two city managers ago, I guess, during his reign, correct? So that's where you are right now. They are claiming, they've asked for damages in the amount of, I think, $13,000 or so plus the interest from 2022. So, because that's when they claim that the liquidated damage sum was due. So that's where you are right now. And in terms of the procedural, I'm not really, don't think strategy discussion is appropriate in an open meeting. You can do that in a closed meeting, but the first strategy is to see if we can get back in the door so that we can defend on the merits. Otherwise, you are fighting an uphill battle, primarily theoretically limited to damages. You know, how much the damages are. You know, they pled an amount. Again, that a court could take that amount as having been admitted because no answer was filed. But that's where we are right now. This happened, I don't know, I think I found out about it last Friday, filed notice of appearance on Monday, filed an email or sent an email asking for communication with plaintiff's attorney, got a response, and so here we are.
Commissioner DeVito.
So obviously, when the agenda came out and I looked at the city manager's question, which was how to choose counsel, it concerned me greatly that none of the paperwork showed that we had responded to the summons, which was required, and you've explained where we are. And I hope that we will develop very specific written procedures for that. But what concerns me also is that we have been made aware as a commission that a lawsuit was coming, because it's my understanding that for medical malpractice and suits against the government and some other kind of suits, the plaintiff has to file a pre-suit notice. Did we not get a pre-suit notice?
That's in negligence actions primarily,
Not just
not
negligent, but
contractual.
didn't they file some? We were told that this was coming.
I don't know whether you were or not. The first I've heard of the suit was when I was last Friday. Negligence actions, you're required to file a pre-suit notice, but in a breach of contract action, which is what this is.
Right.
But it's been pending for a long time. I mean, 2022 is apparently when they're
Right, they're bumping up against limitations or whatever else it is, but I guess my concern is that we were told a couple of times that they were intending to file suit, so
They had different
whether it was
representation.
a statutory requirement or whatever,
Bobby.
right, Bobby Pickens told us that, but it's in the city manager's report somewhere here that we were also notified previously that we were going to be sued, and with that notification, it concerns me somewhat that we didn't reach out to them then, or, discuss it then, because obviously it's better if you can work things out before there's an actual lawsuit.
We received a generic form that had a QR code on that. Remember, that was something that we had received, but there was nothing on the QR code because nothing had been filed at that time. It was more of a generic form saying that there's a possibility that someone's going to be filing a suit, and they named, they put information on there, but when you follow, right, it basically say you would get representation is what it is. It's just a solicitation.
Did we
That
receive
was
anything from
important.
the court?
I didn't receive anything from the court until we got served.
And I think this is, of course, Derek, this is your first blush with this,
Right.
Yeah.
with a lawsuit.
Yes.
Well, it's a simple solution is, people can talk about suing you all day long, but there's a difference of opinion as to whether or not you jump up and start throwing money at them when they say they might sue you. But when you get a summons in-house, then there should be a specific procedure. It's pretty simple. You can send it to FMIT, but at some point, there needs to be a guarantee that there's going to either be an extension granted by the other side or an answer filed within the 20-day timeframe. And, I don't know.
And I've met with staff, it was a simple mistake on my part not to instruct them to include Mr. Holmes, on that email. Moving forward though, staff has been instructed that anything that has to do it in a legal manner should include not just FMIT, but Mr. Holmes or any representation we had at that time. So I apologize to this body that I did not direct them, the fault is mine.
Well, and that's, I took service, I always take service, so I took service and I just assumed that as part of that, it would go to FMIT, but everything legal, anything legal.
Anything legal.
From here, always goes to our city attorney.
That falls on me.
And Bobby was very involved in this, and they went back and forth, with their attorney, and they threatened us back then too, that they were going to sue us.
But we also gave them some information
But we
about
also
the
gave
reality
them
of what
quite
happened.
a bit of information about the reality.
And I'm a little surprised that FMIT doesn't respond when they receive a claim to you saying, okay, we're going to consider this, but understand that you're responsible for making sure that since a summons has been filed, that the fault isn't there. I'm a little surprised at that, but
And they just seem to take a while sometimes to get back to us.
It's a digital interface. It's through email. It's not a person that we just pick up the phone and call.
Mayor, I have another
Yes.
question. So, I thought the city manager's original question to us is, are we using in-house representation or outside counsel?
and I'm fine with you doing either. I just went ahead and tried to take some
Absolutely.
preemptive steps immediately when I learned of it. You could certainly change attorneys, but I was just trying to make sure we had a notice of appearance filed.
Well, my question, my first thought was, regardless of who handles it, and Mr. Holmes, I feel very confident in you if you wish to do it. And we get a certain price from you, is that correct? Or if it's litigation, is it,
I would just do it. I think our contract calls a certain number of hours for the amount, and then after that, there's an hourly rate, and I would just do it on the same basis as far as.
because one of my concerns is, obviously you would hopefully represent us, but, one of my concerns is, where in the budget will we find the money to pay to resolve this? Because we are fairly, we're fairly tight on our legal budget. It does not really anticipate this unless maybe it can be brought in for landing. So I guess that's to be determined, but it seems to me that that is something that has to be figured out.
And I think at this point in time, where we are is Mr. Holmes needs to get us out of here, if he can.
You want a motion or?
This situation, that we continue to proceed, yes, please, somebody.
I move that, Mr. Holmes, as our attorney, acts on this lawsuit from Clarion.
Thank you. Sure. And I will second that.
So we have a proper motion and a second. Any other discussion? If none,
Aye.
if you would please do a roll call.
Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner DeVito?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lori?
Aye.
Mayor Myers?
Aye, thank you.
Sure.
And thank you, Mr. Holmes, for,
Sir?
Thank you very much.
I was thinking it was 30 days and it was only 20 days, so that was.
No, it's 20 days.
That was even worse. It was even worse. Okay. Okay, let's go on to our city manager performance review and approval. You have in front of you, what we have used in the past. This last one, it's the same, exactly, it should be exactly the same. And they'll have it, clerk, Madam Clerk, if you please send that to him digitally. If everyone will fill this out, get this back
City manager
to,
performance evaluation.
get this back to, the clerk.
I can just.
If you'll get this back to the clerk prior to the next meeting, so that we can go over this and we'll put this on the agenda for the next meeting.
Would it be helpful, Mayor, if the clerk also sends to you all the previous review that, so you have your notes? Do
Yes.
y'all want that at all?
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
Yes, I have notes.
I
I just go for it.
Okay.
It's a whole year.
It's a whole year.
It's a whole year.
You can look at it from an improvement standpoint. So this is the 6 months after, actually, this is the 7th, 8th month after the 6 months, so. Okay,
I mean, I hit him so
If
hard the
every-
first time, he
Okay.
was definitely maybe a little better.
so let's move on to, we've got, at this point in time, I didn't think we were gonna do this, but we're at 9:50, actually about probably 9:46. We still have a few things left to talk about. So, do you want to continue to push, or do we want to go ahead and extend it this time?
We do our best work on pressure here, but.
Okay, then let's move, because every moment we're wasting time. So let's move on to the budget adjustment and gas rate, please.
Yes, ma'am. All right, so in front of you, of course, we're not taking any vote tonight. This is more of a read ahead. Purpose is to provide you guys with a summary of our proposed natural gas rate adjustment for this year. This was brought to you all in 2025. We already did an increase on residential side from 16 to 18 and from 18 to 21 or 22. They wanted a 3-phased or 3-tiered approach to this. And so this would be the second rate increase for what they had originally proposed. We're looking to bring the cost residential from 18 to 21 and small commercial / commercial from 22 to 25. I've given you all the regional rate comparison with all the competitors. We're still currently sitting at the medium low, even with the increase. Highest is Central Florida Gas at 71, we're looking to be at 25. Lake City's at 25, Clearwater's 25. Palatka, and I do want to bring this up, Palaka's at 24.50. Just so that's up for discussion. Residential, 18 to 21. Central Florida Gas is at 26. Palaka's at 14.10. So wanted to take that into consideration. Justification for the rate increase, it aligns with our rate study mandates to maintain our financial stability within that. That department supports system maintenance, regulatory compliance, and operation cost increase. Keeps the city's rates competitive in the regional market and prevents future steeper emergency increases by completing the planned phase approach. It ensures adequate revenue to support long-term capital planning and customer service reliability.
Okay. Commissioner Ward.
These numbers in the graph, you got these from, FGU?
FGU, yes, sir.
I don't know what's called FGU. That's.
They had provided it in a sheet, a highlighter, and I took them and built this because I didn't like the way it looked.
Williston's commercial is 155.
Yes.
Yeah, I wondered if that was all up to, but, the other thing is, are you saying that we're gonna make these changes when we do our rate increases at the end of the fiscal year? If you wanna do this in July?
I'd like to do this in July, but when we're ready for our budget talks and budget adjustments, so I'm waiting on a few things for the closeout to know what any carry forward was. We're still finalizing, that process, so as soon as that is done, I'd like to bring it forward. And I believe there was a couple of those that automatically increase, but they're every other year, so we don't have
The
to.
water rates will go up, water rates go up every year on
There's-
December first.
Correct.
So that will be done. We will have to do another.
We have to do another rate,
Right.
yes.
So I mean, that's why I was asking whether you want to do it now or you want to wait until October.
We were originally slated to do this in March, but because of the height increase and all of the stuff that happened with our gas department that was out of our control, we did not bring the rate increase at that time. People were paying pretty exorbitant bills.
You want to do this now or you want to do this in October?
We can't do this now. It has to be done by ordinance.
I mean, before October.
Oh, I'd like to do it before October, yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Because I
sorry.
still, my other complaint is that we need to give people time. We can't just pop these rates on everybody 30 days later.
Yeah, that was, yeah, and that was why we did this phased approach.
And we kind of do that every fiscal year. We're like, hey, we're gonna pass it before the end of September, and then October 1st, the rates go up. I mean, and that's one of those things that the state legislature's really been a little mad about us operating utilities and popping rates on people. And that's why we're gonna have to, the law is gonna change next year, that we're gonna have more public meetings twice a year or once a year, isn't it? So I'm saying, I would like to kind of give people a little bit more notice. I know it's $2, but it's $2 as well as FPL and everybody else.
Yes, sir.
I would agree with that. People need to be prepared.
Yeah, it's because you have to put you need to put something out in the water bill too, showing them that there's a potential rate increase.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move this to the July, for discussion. You just brought this to us for informational purposes, no
It's just a read
action
ahead.
needed,
Yes,
okay?
ma'am, just to read ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move on to the August meeting rescheduled due to conflict with the FLC conference. We always do this. Go ahead,
I said I'm just gonna go ahead and move that we extend it 15 minutes.
go ahead if you'd like.
Second,
Proper motion and a second to extend 15 minutes past.
Past
10
10 o'clock. to
Okay.
15.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay,
Opposed, nay. Okay.
nay,
Okay.
always.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is for the August meeting is currently scheduled for the 13th. You've got the FLC conference. So we typically move it to either that Monday or Tuesday prior.
Tuesday is Derek Barnes' birthday. Isn't it?
What is it?
11th.
August 11th.
Oh, yeah.
happy birthday to you. Let's have the meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, you can- Okay, so I need a motion.
I move that we move the meeting for August 2026, the regular meeting, to August 11th at 6 p.m.
Second.
I will second.
I have a proper motion by Commissioner Laurie, a second by Commissioner DeVito to move the regularly scheduled meeting from the 13th to the 11th in August of 2026.
So just FYI, I probably won't be able to attend that.
Okay, on the
Did you have one
11th?
more?
Oh, because you've got the other. Would the
Right.
Monday be better?
And Monday's fine, yeah.
So from the
Okay.
13th to when?
To the 11th or the 10th now? We're looking at the 10th. Unless y'all want to do it the week prior, the
No.
Thursday
I
week
can't, I
prior.
can't,
What is that?
I can't do it on.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say
Wait.
that would be in July.
You can't, you won't be here?
No,
When?
When will you be here?
I won't be here on the 10th.
Will you be here? Okay.
I'll be here on the 11th and 12th.
Okay, so you won't be here on the
13th.
10th. Will you be here on the 6th?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, would we want to move this a week prior? Are you available on the 6th?
Is that the first Thursday of the month?
Yes.
I don't think I'm
You're
gonna be
not
there
gonna be
either.
there either.
What's that?
Another meeting he has.
Another meeting he has.
Well, to me, to give the city manager and the staff enough time to prepare, I think the 11th is probably the best because we're not going to be able to get Mr. Holmes anyway.
Not, it doesn't sound like the dates, I mean, the preceding Thursday would, or that, I have committed on that and the Tuesday.
Mhm.
And other than that, I don't have commitments at night during that time frame, other than on the second Tuesday and the first Thursday. Of course, then you're normally the second Thursday.
So do you want to do it the
The
first
third.
Tuesday on the 4th? You're available on the 4th, the first Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you want to do it on the first Tuesday? Staff we normally have a light agenda for that anyway. Staff would just, I guess, have to, Mr. Martin, you'd have to start building that agenda now, basically. So, is everybody in agreement on the 4th? Are you here on the 4th, everybody? Commissioner Burton? Okay.
I'm here, I just think it's a,
I don't want to go into this without our city attorney here, so.
No, it's probably smart.
and there's no one else available.
Not at this time.
Okay,
I'll explain that.
that's fine.
Okay, so we
Okay,
need to,
So
so I need a
the 4th it is.
motion, please, for the 4th.
I went to, I'm
Oh, we need
commissioning.
to, yeah, you made a motion, so we need to
I'm going
rescind your other
to sustain
motion.
that right there. No, I meant the 4th of August at 6 PM.
Okay, so the 4th of August at
I
6 P M.
misspoke. There you go.
Okay.
Just on the second
Commissioner DeVito, are you in second on that?
I'll second.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so be it. That's when our commission meeting will be scheduled. Okay,
That's over.
from that, we're gonna close out our business, and we're going to move on to our approval of, minutes. So you've got the minutes in front of you. I'll entertain a motion.
Right, I move that we approve the minutes for the commission regular and CRA meeting from May 14th, 2026, with corrections. And I have two.
What are your two corrections?
So, on the last page, page 7, under commission comments, the bullet point that has the name Don Howard, that should be Coward with a C. And then on page 6, at the very top of the page, security-related building upgrades, the motion. I made the motion. The motion is not the motion I made. I wrote it out based on the recommendation. These are my notes from when I made the motion. That said what we were funding, but primarily it does not say from the Better Place Plan Fund, and it really should say that. And I looked at my notes, it was from the Better Place Plan Fund.
Okay, so let me ask, Madam Clerk, can you do that, just, rather than from her notes, can you do it verbatim? Did it pick it up if it would do it verbatim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so those would you be acceptable to that?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, we have a proper motion with changes, those two changes. Does anybody have any other changes? Okay, can I get a second? Okay, we have a proper motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Okay. If there's no other discussion,
My discussions, I continue to be impressed by these notes.
yeah, they're very good.
Thank you, guys.
And this system, I know it's taken a while for the system to really capture us, but
It helps too that you repeat the
it really does.
motion and the second.
It really is when I remember. Okay, I'm gonna do a voice vote on this. All in favor of the motions, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, so approved. We're gonna go to our city manager report. Do we wanna do the attorney report? Do you have something to report? We also need to do workshops at some point. You're gonna have to get some workshop dates, so.
So mine's very quick. As most of you may know, or probably know, my law partner and son-in-law was appointed by Governor DeSantis to take the bench in Putnam County effective July 12th. He'll be a judge as of that date, so obviously he has to leave the firm. And at that point, I'm going to essentially revert to a sole practitioner with some staff. I'm at a point in life where supervising younger attorneys is not particularly in my patience window. So I'm going back to being a sole practitioner, which I was for about half my career or more. But my firm will have to change, the name will have to change under Florida bar rules. It'll be Holmes Law instead of Holmes and Young. I started saying Holmes and Dickens because when Joe Piggins was my partner, it was Holmes and Dickens, and then over the evolution, things has happened. So your contract is with Holmes and Young, which is a multi-member firm. You don't have to make a decision now, but you're perfectly free if you'd like to, look at other options. That's entirely up to you.
You just want to get rid of us.
I'm sorry. I'm just being entirely forthright. That's why the issue with the dates was an issue, because I don't have anybody else to cover it. It'll be me and 3 staff persons will be in my firm. So, I'm very proud of my son-in-law, and very happy for the family, and Governor DeSantis' faith in him. It was a selection process, as always, involving quite a few folks that went through the Judicial Nominations Commission, and then ultimately 3 were sent to the governor for consideration and interviews, and he was chosen. So it's a great thing, but it's going to require me to make a change. So that's
We're very impressed out of Putnam County. Your firm has produced at least 2 judges.
3.
3.
Judge Boatwright was also with my firm.
That's right.
And he's in the appellate bench now.
Okay.
And Judge Pickens now, and Judge Young.
Judge Young.
Will he be circuit or county?
County.
Who was?
Pickens.
Bobby, yes. And Bobby actually had no opposition, so he's got it for 6
Right,
years.
yes, correct. He ran
That's
the,
awesome.
yeah,
So that is, okay, well, thank you. Who's replacing? Is he replacing?
I think he would be considered to have replaced Morris.
I thought that's,
No, I take that back. I think he would be considered to have replaced Janusa.
oh, okay.
I think that Judge Johnson technically replaced Morris, and George replaced
So
Judge
he's gonna do
Janusa.
Janusa, okay. Okay. Here we go.
And then he should have a while too before he has to be reelected, right?
I'm sorry?
He has a while before he has to be reelected.
I think it's a little over 2 years.
Okay.
She ran, and
Yeah,
when
she
we
ran-
ran the last
I
time,
believe
so
so.
he has 2 years and about
Yeah.
5 months.
That sounds right.
Actually, that's exactly what he has, 2
Yeah,
years
that
and
sounds
5
right.
months.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, with that,
That's pretty good.
so the city manager's report. Do we have any questions from the city manager's report? Yes, Commissioner DeVito?
Two quick questions. How are we looking on the audit that's in progress, and when will we have the figures for the closeout of the fiscal year 25 budget?
So right now, we have a third party finalizing the steps for 25. Everything's been in and submitted. They're just finalizing a report for me, so we can have that on for our next budget meeting. So I know what the carry forward is. Then your first question you were asking about,
What is the status of the audit that is technically
Correct.
due June 30th?
right. So right now, I'm happy to say that we're probably doing better than we've done in most recent years. Anticipate having the audit completed, we haven't been told it would be completed by the end of this month, but we also haven't been told that it wouldn't be. They're really on schedule. Steve and his team has been giving them everything that they need, some things ahead of time, and I'm proud of that process. It looks like we anticipate most likely that we're gonna be completed in July. We'll make sure that the state's notified promptly. If we can't get there, get the information to them, but we're looking to actually have it completed by July this year, which I think is a big leap and jump, and I'm really proud of Steve and his team.
It's tremendous.
And we do have to make sure we need to, hire a new auditor, do a new
Yes,
contract with the auditor.
that is coming up as well.
Yes, I just wanted to keep reminding
Yes.
people of that.
Mayor, I have one more
Yes.
question, and Commissioner Ward may have this question also. The status of the historic preservation ordinance, which Mr. CRA recommended be done as amendments to the land development code.
The land
Historic preservation
Would you like to speak on
changes that
Okay.
we are, Commissioner Ward worked on and Mark CRA.
It is a work in progress at this point right now, yeah.
So there's nothing, did it go to to the Historic Preservation Board yet?
It has not gone there yet in its current form now.
So
The current form it did,
Well, the
Correct.
current form that's being worked
but
on
it
is
has,
correct.
but was brought to your attention that it needs to go through the land development code.
It needs, the land development code needs to have an amendment, correct. So, yes.
And that's not actually correct, so that's fine.
Well,
They thought it would be better to do it to the plan development code. It doesn't have to go, the plan development code would have to be amended.
Well, if you don't do it that way, then you've got you could have two conflicting documents, but
No,
we don't
you
have
to-
time to go
right,
into
you
that.
have to bring
It's just a lot more, it's gonna be a lot easier to implement if it's incorporated in your land development code instead of a standalone.
so that is my understanding when we started the whole planning review process in 2022, that we identified historic preservation as a priority. And that didn't get fully done, and here it's still 2026.
Well, there
It's
is.
not their fault.
Obviously, Derek, it's not your problem.
No, and it's not anyone's fault, because that was what Mr. Pratt did when we rewrote the land development code. It was the recodification community code that X'd out our land, or that X'd out our historic preservation ordinance. So that had nothing to do with the planning process. The planning process was done and everything was brought into line with the current preservation, at time, current preservation, the current historic preservation ordinance.
Anyway, we're still working on it.
Okay, any other questions from Mr. Martin, because we are running out of time and we've got a couple of, yes.
I just have a few comments. We have two applicants, very strong applicants for the gas department head.
Okay.
The North Tower project is almost completed, on the north end run. Everything's been moved and sent up over towards the facility up that way, and they've been notified. Work is starting on Main Street and it's all going as planned.
Okay, thank you.
Oak Tree Grant was also tentatively approved for reimbursement, and so has the FEMA money from FDEP for the docks.
Really?
Thank you.
Yes,
All of it?
all of it.
Awesome, good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got the box.
Okay, so we've got approximately we have about 8 minutes. So if nobody else has any questions of Mr. Martin, we're gonna move on to the city commission. Before we do any of this, I do want to let everybody know that Charles Overturf said he will be here July 23rd from 10 to 12 to answer any questions for any, we have an upcoming election. Our qualifying will be the first week of August. He'll be here to answer any questions and to give paperwork if anybody, in the meantime, if you need him, please don't hesitate to reach out to him. July 23rd, from 10 to 12. Okay. And please, everyone, make sure that, July 1st, your financial disclosures. Madam Clerk, all of our boards, I know that they should have been notified, but they've all received it, okay? And, Mr. Martin, you also have to do your financial disclosure.
Yes,
by
ma'am.
July 1st.
Right, so Mayor, this will be the commissioner board's first.
No,
She doesn't have it.
She already
Okay.
seconded.
She's
already done it.
She did it, that's right, she's done for the year.
I'll write
Okay, but it's still online, it's all online, and it's simple.
It's all online, so it's all
And you can copy from last year.
Okay. So those are mine. So, and I will not, as for us to discuss October, the October meeting, I will not be here. I would get yeah, that's my daughter's getting his wedding, for me that weekend, so, not my wedding.
No, I know that you're moving, I've moved my married again, but you're not Mormon.
But somebody will misconstrue that. So anyway, I just wanted everyone to know that, so that as we go forward, give you plenty of notice. And then I guess we've got a few minutes left.
Not really, we should have ended at 10.
10:09.
Okay, if you really want my
It
opinion.
was 10 or
Are
You don't have
we,
to fill it up.
We're on the commission, but we haven't done workshops,
right,
so we've really got to do our workshops. If we can get those in
Calendars
pretty
are
quick.
open.
We had one for this Friday. Mr. Martin, do you have what we need for our workshops? We currently have one scheduled for next
We moved that
Tuesday
to
at 1
Tuesday.
o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
You've got another one scheduled for the 18th at 10 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am, and these are all for budget, correct?
Mayor,
We'll be ready.
Mayor, slow down, please. Wait a minute. Our next workshop is, okay, Tuesday at what time?
1,
Okay, I have Tuesday at 1, then I have the, wait, we have,
the 18th
oh, we have one on the 18th.
at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I thought we moved that one, anyway, we still have that.
Mhm.
Okay, even though there's P and Z, budget workshop, all right.
What time on the 18th?
10
10
a.m.
Okay, thank you.
So the one that you were gonna do this past, tomorrow,
Yes.
do you want to move that too? Does everybody have their calendars out?
That I assume we take care on Tuesday.
So you want to move it to the Tuesday
Tuesday.
at 1 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Special meeting.
What?
It's a workshop.
Yeah, do you want to have a special meeting? Yeah, because we did have a special meeting.
Well, the special meeting was
tomorrow.
on the gas,
Yeah.
correct?
On the gas,
So we don't
correct.
need that.
So we don't need a special
And we're
meeting.
not we don't need the special meeting.
We don't need the
We're
special
only
meeting.
doing budget on Tuesday.
So 1 PM, we've got that. So you're gonna move everything from Friday to
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am. General fund.
Okay,
And we're ready for you.
okay. And then,
Confidence.
okay, I thought we needed an additional one, so you guys, yeah.
You originally requested 3.
So,
Well, the city manager did, but I thought the commission said, did we need 3?
he originally requested like 9.
Nine.
Whatever, he said 9, and we all looked at him like.
Right, I knew the original.
Sleeping bag.
was terrible. Mayor, I have a request.
Yes.
Please, so when we do general budget, that's the part of the budget that,
The general fund.
The general fund.
the general fund, yes, that the commission expenses fall under. I had sent to the city manager, the, League of Cities has a comparison chart for what commission pay is.
Mhm.
And I had asked the city manager to circulate that, so I'm hoping that he will circulate that for the meeting when we consider the general fund.
We can't change our compensation.
Our compensation is, I'm 500 and y'all are 400.
Right.
Well,
And
I
then
know
there's there's a salary and then there's benefits.
I'm well aware of, yes, but there's, all I want is for him to circulate the,
Okay,
the spreadsheet. And we are able to change it, there are just
We have to change it.
restrictions. But it's, what we are receiving under the ordinance is more than we budgeted for.
Exactly.
But anyway, what was that
2
other
minutes,
thing?
we have 2 minutes.
The other thing is, I think it would be very helpful to us if the closeout information is available, that we receive it as soon as possible, because as the City of Palatka Commission said, it's very important to figure out what we did last year when we are considering what we might do this year. So to me, the sooner that we get to see that, the more informed we will be.
So you're gonna be able to do that, carry over,
Yes, ma'am.
all of that?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Do we have anything else? Commissioner,
We're-
anything else?
We're not currently scheduling any other workshops.
I guess not.
But we're
I
going to
keep
have other
asking,
workshops,
I keep asking,
correct?
are we gonna have other workshops? Do you want to schedule? You've got 1 minute.
We're not gonna have any other workshops.
We don't have other workshops, but I thought we already set those other workshops.
No, we
don't have any other
we
workshops
canceled tomorrow's.
Right.
Mhm.
We already had
Yeah,
one
that's
scheduled for Tuesday, and we
Right.
had one scheduled for Thursday.
And that's it.
So that was 3.
That's it.
So
That's all we have
now
scheduled.
you've moved general fund to Tuesday.
We don't need a special meeting.
We'll need another meeting for the enterprise funds
Mhm.
and the CRA and the Better Place.
Mhm.
So, but I anticipate on having that completed, the first round starting on the 18th,
Okay.
Okay.
okay? And so then,
So you're having all these workshops on all this BS.
Having 2 workshops.
And let's put it this way, we've always had our CRA meetings and those kinds of meetings in a regular meeting.
No,
Not our
we're
budget.
talking about budget.
I'm not
Budget.
talking, well, yes and no, I mean, But that's fine. I
No,
got nothing else
we
to do.
always-
We can-
Well, I think
We
less
can
is
all
better,
hang
we're not
out here.
gonna do the 9, we're gonna do the 2 next week, and then I believe we could do 2
No, we're
more.
not doing the 9. Go ahead.
No,
The
we're
first
2,
one's a
and
motion
then,
to accept. Oh, don't worry, by the time we end up counting them all up.
We're not, it's 10:15.
No problem.
Let's go ahead and adjourn. And
Yeah, we're
on Monday, on Tuesday, let's be prepared for workshop time.
Here, here.
I'm agree.
Yeah, and then we'll figure out on that workshop.
All
I
in
mean,
favor to adjourn, please say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, no, you're not promised, you're not, don't break the promise.